are live, day 2, Democratic National Convention in Chicago. Welcome to our coverage on the Black Star Network. We will be here for the next 6 hours to the conclusion of the program. Went long last night, so we went past midnight. But we're going to be here covering all of it. There have been some folks who already came up. We missed Patti LaBelle performance, but don't worry. We're going to grab that and replay it for you a little bit later because we didn't realize they had her going on before 6 p.m. Let's get this thing started. We've had a lot of interviews. We've been talking to people for the past hour. We're going to roll those interviews with you. But join us right now, Congressman from Kansas City, my alpha brother, Emmanuel Cleaver. Doc, how you doing?
I am doing wonderfully. Fabulously.
Reverend Dr. Emmanuel Cleaver. You had a senator and a preacher up there last night. So your thoughts on Senator Warnock?
Well, actually, he forgot that he was in the Senate. I'm trying to help him and remind him. He did a sermon. I mean, it was pure sermonic. Nothing else about that can be categorized as a convention speech. That was a sermon. But as I often want to believe, sometimes when sermons are necessary, they're done. They're delivered.
Absolutely. And it felt like a church with some other folk up here. You had last night, Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett bringing folks to tears.
Yes.
You had Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez speaking truth about nothing wrong with being somebody working behind the bar. And you had, of course, Congresswoman Joyce Beatty and so many others, Congressman Jim Clyburn. I told somebody there were so many black folks speaking last night, I couldn't remember all the black folks who spoke last night.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that because I think we want to call attention to the fact that this party has diversity. And if somebody would look across this arena last night, they would see black, brown, Asians, everybody here. And that's one of the things that keeps me in this party is that the diversity, and it's intentional. And so I celebrated that, and I celebrated the emotions that came to that stage last night.
Well, and of course tonight you got another list of speakers coming up tonight. You got, of course, former First Lady Michelle Obama, President Barack Obama, and others as well. What are you looking forward to?
Well, I think that we have two amazing speakers, both President Obama and Mrs. Obama. And I think they are going to light things up in here. And I think there are a few non-preachers who can speak with the rhythm like Barack Obama. And I think tonight he's going to try to pull us even closer and closer together. If somebody asked me 4.5 weeks ago, including my own children, whether or not the party could coalesce around a candidate other than Joe Biden, I would have said, well, it's probably not going to work. It has been done. And Kamala Harris is now the nominee of this party. And when I said that, there are no divisions that I'm aware of. Everybody's behind us. And the Congressional Black Caucus, we thought we were going to have to get involved because when people start talking about let's open this up, and no, we're not going to open this up.
Right, and I keep telling everybody, the CBC held firm. Only one CBC member broke ranks, and that was Mark Veazey out of Texas. Yeah. But the CBC held firm.
Yeah, I hope the country witnessed that we stayed together. There are 61 of us, and we stayed together. Although people were trying to pull us apart, saying, "Why don't you come in and ask the president?" No, we're not going to do that. We're going to be together. And if we say anything to President Biden, it's going to be a statement of unity, and it's going to be delivered by Hakeem Jeffries and Jim Clyburn. And we stuck to it. And as a result, I think other people said, well, hey, let's see what the CBC is going to do. And I'm not saying that arrogantly. That's just a fact. And we held strong, and it went down the way it should have.
All right. Well, Congressman Emmanuel Cleaver, looking forward to a great second night. We surely appreciate it. You stopping by.
Good to be here with you.
All right. Thanks so much, Pratt. I appreciate it. Thank you very much, sir. All right, then, folks. It was Congressman Emmanuel Cleaver of Kansas City. As I said, it is a big night planned in terms of the speaker lineup. We've got lots of folks you're going to hear from. We're going to grab right now, of course, Mark Morrell, President and CEO of the National Urban League. Y'all know how we're going to start the show with two alpha men. That ain't how it was planned, but that's how it is. You can throw a rock and you can actually hit an alpha leader here. And so let's get right into it here. Mark, glad to see you here. One of the things that you saw last night, just an amazing lineup of speakers. You heard folks talking about freedom, but also economics is going to be a critical issue. Vice President unveiled her economic plan on last Friday. And what I focused on a lot was the housing piece. And you had these folks out here saying, when it said first-generation home ownership, you had some black folks talking about, that's for immigrants. And I said, no, there are black people who are first-generation homeowners. Like you have first-generation college students.
Many black people who would become and could become first-generation homeowners. Let's be clear. We have a home ownership rate.
That means you're the first generation in your family.
The majority of African Americans are not homeowners.
Right. Only 44%.
And let me say this, too. It is important to understand that was not the only component
right.
of her housing plan.
Right.
There's a $25,000 down payment assistance component to it. There's a quote-unquote trust fund or pool of money, which would be designed to help build new housing. We have to recognize that the recession of 08 and 09, the COVID recession, and the challenges with the banks is a place where we have lost ground when it comes to home ownership. So I think her plan is a first step, if you will, towards something far more comprehensive that we will need. But here's the point. She, or any housing plan, will not see the light of day unless we get a Congress that's going to be supportive. So we're saying to people, Roland, you got to vote all the way down the ballot in this election.
Right.
Not just for president, but for Senate, for Congress, county commissioners, city council, mayor, those states that elect judges and constables and clerks. We got to vote all the way down the ballot.
And what we focus on, and listen, I get it. I was talking to some folks here in Chicago, and the same in D.C. and other places. And you have folks out there who are critical of resources that are being provided to migrants in this country. But I also have to remind folks who sent those folks to Chicago, who sent those folks to New Jersey,
Ron DeSantis,
who sent those folks to Washington, D.C.
They turned people into political footballs. They turned people into political pawns.
And for the purpose of creating a schism among African Americans.
Creating a schism among blacks and between blacks and Latinos. It's an orchestrated, sinister, cynical political stunt, Roland. Now, what we ought to be talking about is all those people who are smuggling people into the country, who are going to Latin America and inducing people with money. We ought to be shutting that down in an effort to try to fix this problem. But then the second thing is there was a comprehensive immigration reform bill.
Yep.
Trump blocked it, just like right now. The latest in the news, he's
Yep.
trying to block the ceasefire. Shame, Roland, on trying to block a peace effort where people are getting killed for narrow, selfish political purposes. I mean, it's the same thing that Richard Nixon did in '68. He tried to block the Paris peace talks, and he was successful in delaying them. It's the same thing Ronald Reagan and Bill Casey did in the 1980 election. They blocked the release of the hostages for political purposes. We got to throw a light on this because this is wrong, and it's wrong, and it's wrong.
Absolutely, it is. It is, again, the second night of the convention. And last question for you. Coming out of this, it's 77 days until Election Day. And what I keep telling folk, it's called get to work. You can celebrate, you can gather, but it's called getting to work. First of all, checking to see if you're registered. If they're not registered, getting them registered, and then focusing on early voting.
the National Urban League's Reclaim Your Vote campaign, all 92 Urban League affiliates with a focus in 5 states. We're going to try to reach over 2 million people in the next 70 plus days. And we're going to reach them through texting, through email, through door knocking, through engagement, and we will be educating them, encouraging them to have a voting plan. So we're going to do our part, and I'm confident, Roland, that many are going to do their part. We all have to do our part. I'm going to ask people to go to reclaimyourvote.org, sign up to be a volunteer, sign up to be a poll worker, be a part of this effort around civic engagement and voter participation. We can make a difference in 2024.
On this network, we cover all the black speakers. Let's go to the podium. Kenneth Stribling, retired Teamsters worker, is now speaking.
I am Kenneth Stribling, a proud retired Teamster from Local 200 in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I hope you don't mind, but I brought some friends. Pension warriors from the NUCPP. I found out in 2025 my monthly pension benefit was going to be reduced in half. Not long after that, my wife Beverly was diagnosed with terminal cancer. I didn't know how we were going to make it. So I went to a retirees meeting in the basement of a small church. At that moment, I knew we were not going to go down without a fight. Beverly made me promise never to quit until we made this right. So we organized a nationwide grassroots movement. For 6 years, we fought hard. And finally, we had a breakthrough. After 50 days in office, the Biden-Harris administration passed the American Rescue Plan, including the Butch-Lewis Act, to save our pensions and secure our retirement. They got it done without one single Republican vote in Congress. They saved over 1 million pensions, including 33,000 from my state, Wisconsin, 52,000 from Pennsylvania, 61,000 from Michigan. As president, I know Kamala Harris will have our backs. She will fight for our retirement, Social Security, and Medicare. Beverly passed away in 2019, but I kept my promise, because a promise is a promise is a promise. Thank you.
For years, Big Pharma has often inflated the price of life-saving medications, and millions of Americans have suffered as a result. Those costs got passed on to our seniors, but not anymore.
It was because of them that we had insulin for $35 compared to $687.
What a gift. This $35 is life-changing for us.
The beauty of it is it's fixed. Everything else goes up, but it stays the same. I have more discretionary income, $20, $30 a month more. His wife and I can go to the pub and have a burger and fries.
I can afford my rent. I can afford to feed my children. I can afford my insulin.
It's saving me a couple $1,000s a year, which is several trips to visit the grandkids.
I am looking forward to that lifestyle where I can travel and be able to enjoy my grandchildren and maybe great-grandchildren.
It meant I could enjoy life.
President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris will be in Maryland this afternoon to unveil a new plan cutting prescription drug costs. 10 popular drugs are affected by this, including cancer, diabetes, heart disease, and blood clot medications.
Seniors will save roughly $1.5 billion in out-of-pocket costs next year.
With Kamala Harris, I feel so hopeful. I feel the future of America will be good.
As president, I'll lower the cost of insulin and prescription drugs for everyone.
I am so excited. I can't hardly stand it. We're going to only go forward. We can't go back.
Let's have another hand for our brothers and sisters from Teamsters and all of our brothers and sisters from the unions across America who are rebuilding it.
All right, folks, welcome back. We are here. So I told y'all before, Anthony, go ahead, go. Just going across. So where we're located is literally this is the VIP entrance right here. And so behind us, if you will, Teresa, go ahead and sit down. Behind us, we just saw Senator Amy Klobuchar, just Minnesota come in, Senator Chris Coons, who spoke last night. He's from, of course, from Delaware. You've got, we just saw Governor Josh Shapiro come through here of Pennsylvania, Governor Roy Cooper of North Carolina come through here as well. And so, again, it is, of course, 6:20 local time, 7:20 p.m. Eastern. And so you've got a number of these VIPs who are all coming through here as they are headed to their seats. Good seeing you. And so that's what's going on. And so it is a busy night, too. We've had lots of interviews with folks. We'll be sharing some of those with you. Let me give you a sense of our folks who are going to be speaking tonight. You just saw Kenneth Stribling, the retired Teamster. In this hour, Ken Chenault, a former CEO of American Express, is going to be speaking in the 9 p.m. Eastern hour, 8 p.m. Central. Angela Also Brooks, Democratic nominee for the United States Senate in Maryland. She's going to be speaking. Also, you're going to hear from Douglas Emhoff, the second gentleman, Michelle Obama, and also former President Barack Obama. The benediction will be given by Bishop Samuel L. Green, Sr., the African Methodist Episcopal Church, 7th District. And so that is the schedule for tonight. My panelists right now, Teresa Lundy out of Philadelphia, Joe Richardson out of L.A. Teresa, I don't think we're going to be seeing Obama speaking around midnight Eastern tonight.
I mean, if we do, I'm sure people will say, but likely not.
A lot of people, Joe, were complaining about they felt last night went too long. Some say, oh, my God, it was disrespectful to President Joe Biden, him not speaking in prime time. I'm like, guys, stop thinking we're living in this world of old school prime time. Viewing habits have totally changed. Plus, if it was 12 o'clock Eastern, it was 9 o'clock on the West Coast.
Oh, yeah.
That's right. We weren't any worse off for it. And the fact of the matter is, people were waiting on it. A lot of people were watching it. There was a lot of heat going on last night for a first night of a Democratic National Convention. So I don't think they were any worse off for him speaking a little bit later.
Look, I don't think so at all. Again, I think last night, you saw the diversity of this party, and you saw the type of, you're going to hear from, Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, who talked about the deep bench of this party, Teresa.
Yeah, so one that's very exciting. We have seen, especially at the PA delegation breakfasts, we've seen them come through and just had that real same message about purpose and the vision. And so I think everybody's kind of excited just to even hear some of these speakers that's coming up. But like we said earlier, it is worth the wait, right? So, if we're here to 1 to 2 a.m., it is what it is. That's right. But I think when President Joe Biden actually got on stage, that's what we wanted to hear. We wanted to hear from Joe.
One of the things that I thought also last night, you had really amazing energy. You often hear that But I mean, look, you heard it, you felt it, and you see the pep in the step of all of these Democrats here.
There's no doubt about it. And here's what's great.
Like orange and white. You're white and
Is
orange.
that Chuck Schumer?
That's Chuck Schumer, yeah. The Senator Schumer walking by.
That's
the Divine Nine.
That's Leslie Saunders fraternity. We're brothers. Good seeing you.
So what I was saying.
That's how we do it over here. That's how we do it.
Right.
And I just saw, so again, our location is different for that case. And so I see y'all looking good, you know. You see, I had to wear the different gold.
Governor.
I had to wear the different gold.
You always on time. You always on time.
Good seeing you. Senator Blumenthal.
Appreciate you, man.
How you
All right,
doing?
man. All right.
It's good seeing you. How you doing? You looking forward to tonight?
I love it.
Good seeing you. I appreciate it. See, I told y'all, first of all, our show a little different.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Right.
For sure. No doubt about
We
it.
break all the rules.
No doubt about it.
That's how we do it.
No doubt about it.
And so, I will snag people.
That's right. You can catch them walking in.
As they're going by.
Right.
That's how we absolutely do it. How you doing, darling? Y'all good? Huh? I got to fly to Miami, but I'm coming back. But I'll have a camera there. All right. I appreciate it. Good seeing you.
What I'll quickly say about last night.
What we talking about?
We were talking about last night. So what I was saying about last night, what I was saying was that we laughed, we cried.
Right.
We did it all, right? And that's the ups and downs of life, of hope, of despair. We got it all. So it read like a fantastic novel that you couldn't plan any better, but it was real life. And that's what was great about it.
I love how you did that. I think there was a great tribute to, We Love Joe. And it really was a testament to his great works and sacrifice that he gave. And I think ultimately people, we wanted to hear Joe, right? We appreciate him. We appreciate the legislation. We appreciate the people he actually put in position.
Hold tight 1 second. I told y'all when the black folks are performing and speaking, we always go live. Let's go back to the convention hall. Who's performing right now? Is this the house DJ performing? So D-Nice is spinning, but who's singing?
For the hustlers, sister, gangsters, and your little friends. I cannot preach. I gotta show them how I'm built, get it in first. Do your dip, spend your money like money ain't. Gotta blame it on Jesus. Hashtag Sean ready for me. I'm a dangerous man with some money in my pocket. Keep up. So many pretty girls around me, and they're waking up the rocket. Keep up. Don't be mad, fix your face, and my mother got me trying to keep up. Players only, come on, put your pinky to the moon. Go! 24-karat magic, the air. So bad. Everywhere I go, they be like, everywhere I go, they be like, everywhere I go, they be like, don't fight the feeling, invite the feeling, just put your pinky to the. What's that sound? Come on now. The feeling, what y'all trying to do? 24-karat magic in the air. So bad. What y'all trying to do? 24-karat magic in the air. So bad.
All right, folks, welcome back to our coverage. Of course, night 2 of the Democrat National Convention. We're here in the United Center. Prime location. You got the Michael Jordan statue just right behind us. And so it is glad to be here. You're seeing all the folks who are streaming through here, other media back here. But everybody's stopping here.
They're stopping here.
Right. Yeah,
Everybody going to stop and holler at Uncle Roro. And so that's what's going on here. And so huge night. As I told you, the various speakers who are lined up. But in also the next couple of hours, we're going to be playing for you a number of the interviews that we had with others as well. And so, Anthony, who do we have lined up first? See, he ain't thinking about to go to it. So yesterday we talked with the mayor of Milwaukee. We had several different interviews. We talked to a lot of folks before. We wanted to go ahead and get those on tape as they were all streaming through here, because once folks go to the seats, that's where they are. So while Anthony gets that together, Teresa, Joe, I go back to issues. Conventions are all about parties. Conventions are all about excitement, folks feeling good. But you then have to then do the work. 7 battleground states are critical. You're in Pennsylvania. That's one of those battleground states. So when you look at Pennsylvania, when you look at, looking good there, sir? All right. California Governor Gavin Newsom.
Governor Gavin.
I told y'all how we
Never
roll.
a dull moment, man. This is prime seating.
Huh?
The prime seating is sitting right here.
I told y'all how we roll.
It is, man. Listen.
See, normally when you're doing the show, you just focus. No,
Right.
I'm sitting there listening like, okay, who's that? Who's that?
Multitasking.
I'm looking past, all right,
Governor,
who's
hey.
that? Who's that? Again, you're there in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Critical state, Pennsylvania. What is it looking like? Tell us what's it looking like, feeling like on the ground.
You know, it's feeling good. You know, we are in day 2 of the Pennsylvania delegation breakfasts, and we had, Vice President Tim Walz come in. We had so many heavy hitters that are literally focused. Pete Buttigieg, Secretary of Agriculture there, Secretary of Transportation. So our delegation has probably been one of the most energized and exciting one. Maybe I'm a little biased because it's PA, but we had our delegates that was there since 7 a.m. ready and turned up to take action back in the Commonwealth. Again, it's not just Philadelphia that these elected officials need to get to, because we're voting down the ticket, not just our president, but we have a down ticket ballot. But we are also so focused on making sure that we're hitting rural counties and making sure that the messaging is clear that you must hit this county, in order to get elected.
Right.
But these elected officials are making it clear, and it's just really good to have this type of excitement.
And look, in 2020, then Vice President Joe Biden won Pennsylvania.
Yep.
Of course, being a kid from Scranton, appealing to those particular voters. Cleola, how you doing? Appealing to those particular voters and reaching them. That was one of the concerns there. In terms of being able to reach that next group. Give me 1 second. Senator Sanders, how you doing, sir? Good seeing you. Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont just coming in, reaching those voters. Donald Trump, Republicans believe they can go after them, because people don't realize, we hear this outside of Philly and Pittsburgh and the suburbs.
Right.
Pennsylvania is Alabama.
Right.
How does Vice President Kamala Harris do it? Or is this where Governor Tim Walz is able to go in and speak to those constituencies?
You know what? One thing I will say is the Vice President, Tim Walz, speaking into existence, right? But Walz.
Yeah, speaking into existence. There you go.
Tim Walz and Kamala Harris have been making those efforts into those pocket counties more than once. So it's not like, we're stopping in Philly and making sure we're hitting community stores. They're in those farming counties. They are speaking. They are rallying up the base to a point where people are saying, we want more. We want to hear from them again. But by Tim Walz and his wife stopping past our delegation breakfast, it also energized our super delegates, energized, their kids and their nephews. And so they're like, okay, well, how do we get involved? And one thing about Pennsylvania, we are ready. We have a Vote Local program that is ready, where people can get information, they can sign up, right? But we're not taking anything lightly. So, and I think once we had changed that mindset, looking back at history, we are now figuring out that this is the best time. We have less than 77 days. And so Pennsylvania is at the forefront. We have 187 delegates that has all submitted their support. And I think that's a testament to the leadership.
Joe, look, people have to understand, and we say this all the time, every vote absolutely counts. And so when you look at congressional races happen there, you've got a Democratic governor in Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro. Many people felt he should have been the VP nominee, but he wasn't chosen for that. But also, people have to recognize is that suburbs are going to be crucial. Republicans have been losing suburban voters, but we can also, the reality of urban voters. Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, black folks have to be turning out. But this is where Democrats have to speak to those issues and saying to those black voters, listen, here are policies. This is where we stand. This is where they stand. And then if they win and they control the Senate, they control the House, all of a sudden you can guarantee Product 2025 will be enacted.
That's right. Listen, and I've got it sitting in my office. It's about 950 pages. It's incredibly important that we participate and run up the score. We've got to do that like we did in Atlanta.
Joe, I got to interrupt you right now. Of course, the former United States Senator from Illinois, Kara Mosley Braun. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Doing great. Happy to be here.
How does it feel to have your party back in your city?
Oh, is he here?
Back here in Chicago.
Oh, the convention. I'm glad. I'm delighted. Yeah.
Now, have you been as busy? Because everybody from Chicago keep telling me I ain't had no sleep in the last 3 days.
That's true.
Just your feelings about Vice President Kamala Harris sitting on top of this ticket.
If we can get people to the polls, she'll win. And that's the issue. I just think that whatever the efforts that are going on now to say she's got it in the bag, it's a walk, that's not right. No. The only poll that matters is the one that's taken on Election Day when they count the votes. So we just got to get the votes to the polls, and she'll win.
Absolutely. It was always good to see you. You take care. Be well. All right, Joe, go back to what you were saying.
Like I was saying, I'm going to be doing this a lot tonight.
Yeah, we all are.
Just letting you know.
No, we've got to, when we have opportunities where we have big Democratic numbers, we've got to come out 90, 95%. I mean, that's the reason Warnock got elected. That's a reason that a lot of our guys are getting elected because we have got to run that up. And even when you go to states like California where they are decidedly Democratic states, you still got districts that we could potentially flip. We've got a district right next door to me in Redlands, a congressman that could get elected. Name is Derek Marshall. The increased energy means that more people are voting. You got 3 to 5% more people voting because of Harris. That can go down ticket, and that can help you everywhere.
Look, I told all y'all, this is going to be the blackest show here at the Democratic National Convention. I told y'all.
Well, this is the Black Star Network.
That's it.
Okay.
That's it. Yeah,
but I want.
You got it.
I told everybody.
Right.
So, I said, y'all can't get this on CNN.
Right.
You ain't getting this on MSNBC or Fox News. Because, see, they done paid a lot of money. They inside. They got the big old booths and everything.
Right.
But they ain't down here on the ground with people.
That's right. We over here with the regular folks.
They ain't down here on the ground with people.
That's right. That's the grassroots.
They not showing all the speeches. Right. Most of the black folks not being shown.
Right.
But we show all of the brothers and sisters.
That's right.
With our coverage.
That's right.
So that's how we do it here. And so we'll be popping back and forth. There's a lull right now because we got the live feed going over here. So we see, Henry, give me a shot. Give me a shot what's happening on the floor there. So this is what's happening in the room. Not sure why. It's literally been about 10 minutes since somebody actually was the last on stage. So you had a brother who was singing. Before that, you had Senator Gary Peters. And so we're just, again, checking it all out, waiting to see who comes up next. And so that's what we're doing. But Anthony, are we ready? All right, folks. Yesterday we caught up with Maryland Congressman Glenn Ivey. Of course, he was a frequent person on our show, of course, before he got on. And so now we got him on. All right, hold on. Who's coming through? Give me 1 second. Hold on. I'm trying to see who's coming through. I told y'all we always peeping various people. And so, here we go. How's it going? I'm all good. Looking forward to tonight.
I am so looking forward to tonight. Double Obama evening. It's going to be fantastic.
Right. Appreciate it. Thanks a bunch. All right, take care. Y'all know who that was? Y'all know who that was? Y'all got to keep up, man. Y'all got to keep up.
I'm sorry.
Y'all got to keep up.
Like
Y'all got to keep up. Y'all got to keep up.
I've done pretty good tonight, but I missed
keep up.
Yeah.
All right, so let's do this here. Here is our conversation with my man, Congressman Glenn Ivey. Time. All right, we got no audio. All right, so we got no audio on that, so we'll get that fixed. We'll figure out what's going on there. All right, what's this next train? So you explain to some of y'all. So I can see the folks coming in. How you doing? How's it going? All good? You can see the folks coming in, so it's like it's a train coming in, and so you can always check that out. How you doing? Mayor? Mayor, how you doing? All right. I'm all good. Happy to see folks in your city? Happy to see you in your city? Yes. All right. Good seeing you. Long time mayor of Chicago there, Richard Daley. I told y'all, when you see the train coming.
Right. They're all here, man. They're all here.
Somebody important coming.
Yeah, they're all here.
Right. I see somebody coming. What's up? Get over here. My alpha brother, Speaker of the House of Virginia, Don Scott. What's up, man? How's this week been?
It's been fantastic. The energy level is up. It's so great to be able not to just vote against something in Donald Trump's crazy self, but now we're voting for something. We're going to have the first black woman to ever be the nominee for the Democratic Party or United States of America. So it's exciting time. The energy's up. Young people are up. Everybody's excited. We're going to get out and we're going to win this thing.
I saw your Senate partner, Louise Lucas, earlier in the wheelchair, but she's still kicking butt.
Yeah, she's still kicking butt. She hurt her leg kicking Governor Youngkin's butt the whole session, so we're having a good time. That's the reason. That's what happens when you start kicking from behind like that. You have to get your knee fixed up. So, but right now we're ready to come in and do the same thing to Donald Trump, hold him accountable for the ridiculous things he says. As a veteran, for him to say that the Presidential Medal of Freedom, well, somebody wrote him a check, is more valuable than the Congressional Medal of Honor, is a disparaging all of our veterans and putting all of our veterans in a position. And I'm hoping that every veteran remember.
Hold on. I'm talking to an alpha here. So can we let a Kappa come over here? Can we let the Kappa mayor of Atlanta, Mayor Andre? What's up, Doc?
What's up, man? How you doing, Roland? Doing all right, man?
All right. How's the convention for you?
Man, so far so good, man. The energy is electric. Everybody's here supporting Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, man. People are just fired up. I'm so ready to hear Barack Obama tonight. It's going to be on, like it's going to be going on, man.
See, y'all, if y'all saw our coverage on the night Warnock won the runoff, that was a really black show. We swag surfed. I think they played some King George. It was a little wild. This been a little blacker. Not with the music, because they got us in the right spot with the VIP line. So I just snatch folk as they come by.
You got the right spot right here. They go Mayor Bowser right there from D.C. That's my friend right there.
We got both of y'all over here.
Yeah.
Again, last night you had President Biden speaking. Yes. Mayor Bowser, how you doing? I told y'all this is the blackest show at the convention.
Good, Roland. How are you? Hi, Mayor. How are you? It's good to see you. It's good to be here in Chicago to elect our president.
That's right.
Go nominate her and get her over the line.
That's right.
Well, absolutely. Hold on. Don't want to get you snagged there. And so you're going to keep him in line because, when you got a mayor named Andre, it can be a little black.
Good to see you. Have fun.
All right, bro. All right, Frat. Be well. All right.
Did that like a pro.
I love it. You ain't got to get up from your seat, Roland. You ain't got to get up.
Y'all, how we roll on the Black Star Network.
That's right. That's right.
I told y'all. All right, we got the audio fixed. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and play conversation with Congressman Glenn Ivey. All right, folks, joining us right now, Congressman Glenn Ivey of Maryland. What's up, Doc?
I'm doing great. How are you?
All good. All good. First of all, before we talk about the presidential race, huge Senate race in your state. Angela Also Brooks against former Governor Larry Hogan. Look, he was very popular when he was two-term governor. What's happening on the ground there? Give us a sense of what's happening in Maryland.
Yeah, I think things are moving in the right direction for Angela, for sure. She came off the primary very strong. She beat a man who put in $65 million of his own money, beat him by over 10 points. So that's a strong showing on her part. I think Hogan was a popular governor, you're right. But part of that was before Dobbs. You know, the abortion issue was a non-factor when he ran for governor. It's a big deal now because people recognize that their abortion rights are at risk. All the reproductive rights are at risk entirely. And so they want to make sure they protect that. And finally, it's the Supreme Court. You know, we got to make sure we hold on to the majority in the Senate so we can block things in the Supreme Court if Trump wins. Hopefully, though, we can, get Harris in there and move some people on who can balance out the court that Trump really threw out of balance.
And is that how folks are breaking it down? Because the reality is if Hogan wins, he's a Republican, and then he's in the Republican caucus, and making a point that, look, you make sure it's a D, you lock down that seat.
That's absolutely right. And Hogan knows that. And so he's running ads that are basically pretending to be a Democrat. For example, his tagline in his commercials is people over politics, but that's Hakeem Jeffries and the House Democrats' position. So, he's trying to pretend to be a Democrat, but it's kind of a wolf in sheep's clothing scenario. I think the voters will see through that and punish him for it, frankly.
Absolutely. And obviously, when you look at Maryland, a very, very blue state, if you will. And so that's really the big focus that people are looking at.
I think that's right. It's certainly a state that we have to win in order to hang on to the Senate. There are tougher races, say, for example, in Montana, where it could go either way. But if we're going to hold on to the Senate, Maryland's a must-win.
Gotcha. All right, man. Always good to see you.
Good to see you, too. Thanks for having me.
Appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Appreciate it.
So the Republicans met in Milwaukee and for their national convention, about 80 miles away. And actually, I think shortly you're going to be actually seeing the rally of Vice President Kamala Harris taking place there in Milwaukee. Folks, just walking in is the Pennsylvania Senator, Bob Casey. Good to see you. Absolutely.
Good to see you. God bless you, pal.
Teresa Lundy's from Philadelphia, so she's sitting over here. So.
Good to see you. Always. Good.
Just real quick, how last night, how do you think tonight's going to go?
We're going to have a great night tonight. Can't wait to see Barack Obama and Michelle.
All right.
God bless you, pal.
Look forward to having him back on the show.
Thanks so much.
Thanks a bunch. Again, folks, that's Pennsylvania Senator Bob Casey. Critical race for Democrats to also win if they want to hold on to the United States Senate. All right. Let me go back to what I was doing. All right, so y'all, again, Vice President Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are going to be holding a rally that I think that was supposed to have been starting at 6:30 in Milwaukee. And so I had a chance to catch up yesterday with the mayor of Milwaukee, Cavalier Johnson. All right, Mayor, your city, your state is crucial. But one of the things that I've been talking a lot about, 2022, that 50,000 vote drop off in your city. If that didn't happen, Mandela Barnes is a United States Senator. And so what are y'all doing to ensure that does not happen come November?
So there's a lot of things happening on the ground right now. There's organizations out there that are encouraging people, particularly people of color, right, to get out, let their voices be heard, to go to the polls. I mean, there's an organization called Souls to the Polls that's out there engaging with people right now. There's organizations like Black Leaders Organizing Communities, or BLOC, that's out there organizing people right now on the ground. In addition to that, the Democrats, the DNC, their first time in 20 years having their statewide headquarters is not in Madison. That is doing very well, and it's sort of like a set it and go sort of operation. It's headquartered in Milwaukee, and that's for a purpose, to make these early and often investments in my community to work to get people out to the polls.
So I had several activists from Milwaukee on the show after that Senate race who said that the Barnes campaign really didn't reach out. Now, Mandela's hitting me up. He did like my criticism of it. But the point that I kept making was, look, if there's one place you got to make sure you get great turnout is in Milwaukee.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And look, there's a reason why, right? Tomorrow during the DNC, Kamala Harris is going to Milwaukee for a rally. There's a reason why just the other day, J.D. Vance was in Milwaukee again, right? This is because Milwaukee's important, and the Republicans want to see decreased turnout in Milwaukee because it helps them, and the Democrats need to turn up turnout in Milwaukee because that was what benefits Democrats. The more turnout we get, the better off it is for Democrats, and we can win statewide.
How are you also really trying to get people? What I keep saying is, if we want to understand what's going on, you have to focus on issues and educating people before you can get them to consider registering, and then before you can get them to actually vote. And I've been saying that for the longest, so it's easy to say, hey, vote, vote, vote. But a lot of people, if they're concerned about it, they're like, well, I don't know, why should I vote? And so I think the education process on the issues is crucially important.
I think you're absolutely right, Roland. And look, I've been going out and talking to people in my community, but particularly black men, because Trump has been talking about trying to make inroads with black men. First of all, I'm not seeing that when I go out and talk to people. You know, folks may be disenfranchised or may not be looking to vote, but they're certainly not voting for him. But what I've come to find out from folks who are cleaning up the grounds at our Summerfest, folks who are on the block when I go and knock on doors, that they want to know what's going on. They want to know what they're voting for. It's not just a blanket, hey, I'm just going to vote for you just because somebody told me to vote for you. Like, what am I actually getting out of this? So the more that we can educate them and show the contrast between what the Republicans are offering and what the Democrats are offering, I think that'll encourage people to go out and support the Democrats.
Well, we're going to be spending time on the road in September, October, so I wouldn't be surprised if Roland Martin Unfiltered rolls through Milwaukee.
Come on through, man. We'd love to have you back up there.
All right. I appreciate it. Look forward to it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Folks, you've got a lot of politicians all across the country, not just senators, not just members of Congress. You've got mayors, state reps, state senators. You got school board members, you name it. More than 5,000 Democratic delegates who are here at the convention. And then, of course, some 50,000 folks who are in the – how's it going, gentlemen? 50,000 folks who are, in the city. Lots of media as well. And the mayor contingent is obviously very strong. You got, of course, Brandon Johnson, the mayor of Chicago. We're going to be catching up with him later this week. But earlier, Brandon Scott, mayor of Baltimore, stopped by our location for a conversation. All right, folks, joining us now is the mayor of Baltimore, Brandon Scott. Doc, how you doing?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
All good. So hold up. So what happened? Because it was the fro.
So
the fro had gotten.
I'll tell you what happened. So my hair grows uneven, right? So I got to cut it down like every 4 months.
Right.
But I got married.
Right.
Last year, my hair is naturally curly. So
right.
This is just juices and berries. No relaxer, none of that. And I washed my hair.
You're like,
and my wife said,
ain't no juice.
Do you ever wear it like that? So I did it for her and then kept doing it. I love you, baby.
Okay.
Happy wife, happy life.
Oh, there you go. I got you. All right, then. I got you. Because that was your signature.
Yeah, signature. But now it's the curly fro is the new signature.
There you go.
Don't keep trends, keep making them.
Absolutely. You have been, of course, you recently had an election, won re-election. What is your vision now for your second term as mayor of Baltimore?
It's to continue the work. We got to continue to work. We're talking about a city of Baltimore that, under my leadership, had its largest single-year reduction in homicides last year, about 20%. Historic investments into our public schools, historic investments into recreation parks. We had our lowest unemployment under my leadership, and now we want to continue to grow that. Tackle the vacant housing problem in our city, investing in people that look like you and me, Roland, in our communities, allowing them to be lifted up, allowing us to gain access to the jobs and careers they need, and finishing the job of building a better and equitable Baltimore.
Housing is a major issue in this country.
Yes.
And you've had to deal with a lot of abandoned, rundown homes. What is your vision for being able to increase the housing stock to have affordability and being able to get rid of all of those type of houses.
Yeah, we just unveiled this in December, Roland, where this is an issue that's faced Baltimore since white flight began in the 50s. And under my leadership, we actually went from 20,000 vacant properties that we had for years to now we're consistently going down under 15,000. But we unveiled our $3 billion plan in December alongside Builds and the GBC, where we're going to eliminate this problem over the next 15 years. And we're going to do it the same way that they built up the Inner Harbor and Harbor East and all the fancy things, given the tax increment financing and tax breaks. We're going to take that to our neighborhoods using those strategies to take down those vacant houses and put them back on the market. The same investment that they gave to wealthy developers, we're going to give to our neighborhoods.
Well, look, I mean, I just think that'll be just huge because, again, what that deals with, that's dealing with blight, giving people opportunities, and it's also by putting more housing back on the market, it totally changes the game. You talked about the changes. When you came in, you had to deal with the reality of crime in the city. You have had significant drops in that area.
Yeah, and we're going to continue because we're doing it the right way, right? And we have to understand that the failed, broken policies of zero tolerance and policing while black, right, didn't work. But when you have that, we created the first ever comprehensive violence prevention plan in our city, unveiled that. I said we were going to reduce homicides by 15%. People laughed at me. And then we did 20% last year, and we're at 28% this year, down 39% in non-fatal shootings by investing in all ways, right? Understanding that our group violence reduction strategy, where we go to the people who are the most likely to pull that trigger, Roland, and say, this is your chance. You get a letter from me. Change your life. I'll give you a job, housing, whatever you need. But if you don't, then you're going to hear from them boys. And that's what we're going to do.
Right.
Violence intervention workers, that whole ecosystem, and continue to drive down violence in our community by working with the community, not trying to solve the problem for them.
All right. Well, Mayor, always good to see you.
Yes, sir. Always, my brother. Always.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a bunch. Appreciate it. All right. All right, folks, great conversation there with the Mayor, Brandon Scott. All right, let's go to the floor right now. The roll call is taking place. You see Congresswoman Terry Sewell of Alabama, so that's what's happening right now. So let's hear from Terry Sewell. Go ahead.
She will fight for freedom and opportunity and build an economy that works for everyone. So, from Huntsville to Mobile, from the Black Belt to the Wiregrass, from the historic civil rights cities of Birmingham, Montgomery, and my hometown of Selma, from the people who brought us the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act, the proud, great state of Alabama proudly cast 56 votes for the first black woman president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris, and the next vice president, Tim Walz.
Alaska, how do you cast your vote?
Alaska's motto is North to the future. And that's exactly where Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are going to take us. A future full of opportunity for everyone. As a teacher, a union member, and a proud black woman.
All right, folks, so the delegate, what you're doing here, so they are, of course, pledging their support to Vice President Kamala Harris. So we're actually watching the board. So they're going through all of the various states. And traditional, the home state of the candidate is the one that puts the candidate over the top. So that is going to be California. So we're going to be monitoring that as this happens. Last night you saw 6 of the top union leaders on the stage speaking last night here. 20% of the folks, of course, at this delegates of the convention are union workers. And so we're going to hear from later from the head of the AFL-CIO, Secretary Treasurer of the AFL-CIO. We've been, of course, hearing from Lee Saunders, Claude Cummings, and so many others. American Federation of Teachers, another important constituency for them. Secretary Frederick Ingram, how you doing, Doc?
I'm good. How are you, sir?
I'm all good. Glad to have you here. Education, a critical issue. When it comes to the election, you've got Project 225. Republicans want to get rid of the Department of Education. Talk about how you and your members are speaking to voters about that issue.
Yeah, well, listen, thank you very much for having me. We represent 1.8 million people in this country who are in our public schools and healthcare and in public services. And what's important for us is that we get people to the polls, that we get them educated, and then get them to the polls, and then that they get other people to the polls. So our extension and our reach is important. It's important to black communities because when you talk about deregulation of our public schools, and trying to dismantle the infrastructure that we have and not pour into a system, then we know that our children who are in black communities, who are in challenged communities, Latino students, Asian students, they all hurt when we don't have a system in place that we can pour into to help build those kids up. We need more black teachers. We need infrastructure. We need technology. And we just need to be able to teach a curriculum that we know is comprehensive, and that we know is total, and that we know is honest.
Question. It's great to see the work that you're doing, you're continuing to do. Tell us about how, the unions are already the engine of the Democratic Party, right? Tell us about the energy that this Harris, I would call it a phenomenon, but she's been here for a long time. What has this allowed you to do, and what has this allowed you to see, even in the last 4 weeks, that maybe you haven't seen in a minute?
Oh, it's electric. Listen, so I have to go back to when I became interested really in politics. That was Barack Obama in 2006. I have not seen that kind of energy since then when we had a man who looked like me, who looked like my son. Now we have somebody who looks like my daughter. Yes. They can see themselves in the highest office in the land. And so that's important when you not only can talk about history, but you can become a part of it. And then that history turns into their future. And so when we can turn this into their future, then we have hope. We have opportunity. And then you feel that with people who care. You feel that with the money behind that. And then you feel that with with families and churches and people who really care about our kids. Man, there's nothing that we can't do. So I'm very, very hopeful with Vice President Harris that she'll become our next president of the United States.
I love that. Unions are they say small businesses are the backbone of the economy, but I believe it's the union workforce. And so we are seeing a whole bunch of workforce development programs that are happening with the next generation of leaders. So how is the union's force with the young people energized about this race?
Yeah, well, listen, poll after poll says that young people really care about our civic and social issues, and they care about climate, they care about education, they care about public services. They also care about the jobs that they're going to have in the next century. And so what we want to do is continue that movement. We want to continue that synergy that we have with young people, because these young people are smart. Yep. They have the Encyclopedia Britannica that we had on the wall, they have in their hands. Mm-hmm. And so it's up to us adults to keep up with what they're doing right now, because not only do they care, they're smart, and they're going to put those two things together, and we believe that they're going to get to the polls. Listen, every great movement we've ever had has been fueled by young people. Yeah. And so we believe in that. The union movement is moving in the right direction. You see SEIU has their first African-American female leader. Yeah. You see Lee Saunders out there, yep. And our leader is Randy Weingarten, who's been out there for a long time fighting this fight. You see Becky Pringle from the NEA. And so you see people of color who are really taking the mantle and moving this thing that we call the labor movement forward. And it's always been tied to civil rights and human rights. And so, I couldn't be prouder.
I feel the same sentiment in Philadelphia. So we have our labor district council business manager, Ryan Boyer, African American, first one in that position, who also fueled to help our first African American woman mayor. So it's just been great to see, the progress that's been happening. So I agree with that.
Oh, it's fantastic. It's fantastic. And the electric, that you feel in the floor or on the inside is really going to take hold in community after community, block after block. But we've got to put some elbow grease. We've got to put axe to the wheel. We've got to get people out to vote. We can't just be happy. And we can't just be hopeful. We've got to actually do some work. We got to inform people. We got to make sure that we got a plan to get people to the polls, get them actually voting. Make sure we talk about this in the barbershops. I'm from the South. We do beauty parlors down there. Wherever you are, in the grocery stores, you got to make sure and have those conversations and speak to people. Yeah. Speak to people where they are, wherever they are, on the street. If they are, working, then all of those things are important to us.
Great.
All right, Frederick, we certainly appreciate it, bro.
Absolutely.
Thank you so very much. Good luck.
I appreciate it.
All right, folks. That was Savannah Guthrie of the Today Show, who was just coming by there. Earlier we talked to a couple of union leaders with the AFL-CIO. Fred Redmond, Secretary-Treasurer, and also Liz Schuler as well. And so, Anthony, let me know when we have those ready for those conversations. Great conversations we had with him, talking about, again, what their agenda, what their focus is, and how we're moving forward. Let's get our conversation first with Fred.
Good.
Well, let's talk about where labor is. You have right now arguably the most pro-labor administration in decades.
That's right.
Talk about what that has meant for the labor movement.
Well, what it meant for the labor movement, Roland, first of all, for us and the Democratic Party, with the relationship that organized labor have had with the Democratic Party over the years, the Democratic Party have historically looked at organized labor as a special interest group. We're not a special interest group. We represent working family values, but now, and a lot of it really came to pass through this administration. What we did in 2022, we feel as though the issues that pertain to working families are winning issues. And the Democratic Party is starting to recognize that, where issues of fair pay, increases in the minimum wage, job security, retirement security, safety and health on the job. These are winning issues for the Democratic Party. So it has changed our relationship. The Democratic Party is starting to view organized labor once again as legitimate partners when it comes to developing party issues and having a say in the direction and the planks of the Democratic platform.
Well, we saw for a long time, and I talk about this a lot of times with Lee Saunders and others,
right.
For a long time, the word union was a slur.
That's right.
And that how the Republicans targeted Reagan and after that. What's interesting now is we look at the data. Mentioned, let's go to the hall where Lil Jon is turning it up at the United Center.
Hey, turn out for what? Yeah, turn out for what? Let's go. Turn out for what? Hey, everybody get your hands up. Hey, everybody get your hands up. Hey, everybody get your hands up. Now, say, we're not going back. We're not going back. We're not going back. We're not going back. D.P. Harris, coming to wall. D.P. Harris, giving the wall. Hey.
Mr. Secretary, the South's got something to say. I'm Congresswoman Akima Williams, chairwoman of the Democratic Party of Georgia. Georgia, the home of President Jimmy Carter, the cradle of the civil rights movement, where we fight for our freedom. Extremists in Georgia are trying to silence our voices by kicking Georgians off of the rolls and making it harder to vote. But y'all, when we send Kamala Harris to the White House, she'll fight for our freedom to vote.
All right, folks. Lil Jon, turn up there. So let's do this here. Let's finish our interview with Fred Redmond. And we're going to come back and we're going to talk to the president of another union of the NEA. So I told y'all we do this a little bit different than the rest of these other networks. We real black on this show. And so we do what we want because I own it. So I don't give a damn. Anybody else got to say. So that's how we do it. So let's go back to the Fred Redmond interview. The word union was a slur.
That's right.
And that how the Republicans targeted Reagan and after that. What's interesting now is we look at the data. Unions have the highest approval rating from folks in almost 50 years. You have a younger generation that grew up with right-to-work states, things along those lines, who are now in the workforce going, wait a minute, collective bargaining makes sense.
That's right.
So they're bringing that new energy that I think is infusing the labor movement, correct?
No, that's exactly correct. Polls have showed that 71% of the American people feel that unions really play an enormous part of the economy of this country. And then the interesting fact is 83% of workers between the ages of 18 and 35 strongly support unions. So the energy that we have seen in our organizing drives in places like Starbucks and other locations where young workers are taking the lead in terms of organizing because, look, they want to work a job. They want to work one job where they could support their families and, live a productive lifestyle. They don't want to work three. So, collective bargaining is the key. I strongly believe that the collective bargaining helped build the black middle class in this country, and there's a new awareness of what collective bargaining can do.
Boots on the ground is important. And one of the things that the labor unions do, they put those boots on the ground. When we look at this election, it's 77 days.
Right.
77 days until election day. And so what are you messaging? What are you saying to folks out there? What are you saying to those white conservative union workers who are like, well, I love the toughness of Donald Trump, but the party votes against the interests of unions?
Right. Well, first of all, organized labor, we're going to have the biggest ground game that we had in the history of the labor movement. Is going to be on the ground. As far as our members is concerned, we're going to talk to them. We're going to go back to the old school way of doing things. And when we talk to them, we're going to compare records. We're going to show them the Trump agenda, which is easy to find on the Project 2025. And we're going to show them the agenda of the Harris and Walsh ticket. And we're going to show them the agenda. And then we're going to appeal to our members not to vote against their own self-interest. Now, as far as, some of these members we got that have drunk the Kool-Aid, so to speak, and want to vote for some other issues and want to, not vote for the ticket that's going to work better for them because they align to this whole MAGA mentality, for those members, we're not going to spend a lot of time, Roland, to be honest with you, trying to convince them. But what we're going to focus on, the majority of our members who understand, that the party that is really going to deal with working and family-sustaining issues is the Democratic Party. So, we're going all out. I mean, we're going to go all out. We're going to talk to our members. We're putting more people on the street to do door knocking, to make the phone calls, to have these conversations at the work site, at people's homes. And then what we have done that I'm very proud of, we have given more money to our constituency groups, to work our independent expenditure program. I'm talking about the Coalition of Black Trade Unionists, the A. Philip Randolph Institute, the Latin LACLA, the Latin American group, Pride at Work, our LGBTQ advisory group. So we're hitting, those communities with our constituencies groups, and we're infusing more resources, investing in those organizations more money than we have in a long time.
All right, then. Well, look, keep it up. We got a hell of a lot of work to do.
All boots on the ground,
we appreciate you chatting with us, and however we can help, let us know, because, and I tell people, I tell this all the time, when we launched this show, I put $350,000 of my own money into this, and I only had one sponsor when I launched this show.
Call me.
And that was Lee Saunders and AFSCME. That's what they got this show started.
And Lee Saunders remind me all the time. We will talk, brother, because I want you to know we respect the work that you're doing. And the communities that you really, really identify and reach out to, those are the communities that can make a difference in this election. So we need to talk.
All right, sir. I appreciate it.
All right.
All right. Thanks a lot. All right. All right, folks. Welcome back live. That was taped interview, of course, happening right now in the United Center. They're doing the roll call of the delegates. And so we're waiting for California to come up to put Vice President Kamala Harris over the top to secure the nomination. They've already done it virtual, so she already got it. So that this is like when folk get married at the courthouse, and then they have another wedding in Jamaica. The second one don't count. The second one don't count. So this is what television. Lynn Whitfield, get over here. Stop it. Get over here. You ain't gonna walk by. Are you trying to keep the AKs and the Deltas happy with pink and red?
No, I'm an ambassador of our people.
Well done.
Of the Divine Nine.
There you go.
But of course, I'm an honorary AKA.
Now listen. For a lot of y'all have no idea how involved Lynn is in politics. She's always out there speaking, rallies, doing surrogate work. Let me explain something to y'all. Lynn was real black when I was at CNN. I would be on the air live, and Lynn would be texting me, telling me what to say when we came back. And I was like, Lynn, I ain't texting you when you shooting a movie.
But at that time I was new as being a surrogate,
and then she got mad at something. She's like, "Who do I talk to about it?" I literally told her, email the president of the network, John Klein.
Well, that's right, because they were like romanticizing that lady. What's her name?
Stop it.
We don't want to say her name.
Stop it.
But they were romanticizing somebody that didn't need any visibility, and I was.
She talking about Sarah Palin.
Yeah, Sarah Palin. I'm like, I don't care what kind of sunglasses she wears. They were talking about what her lipstick color is. Please, she is not qualified to be Vice President of the United States of America, period, full stop, end of story. But anyway, my brother Roland really helped me to understand things as I became more involved. And I love you for it.
Love you, darling.
I love you, too.
I appreciate it. Thanks a bunch.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. All right, y'all. I told y'all this is the blackest show. I done told y'all that. You cannot get this much seasoning on MSNBC, CNN. What's up, Doc? You can't do it. You can't do it. They got unseasoned chicken. We got spicy gumbo. Speaking of spicy, our next guest, Becky Pringle. You know what? Hold up. I got some barbecue Pringles down here. Becky Pringle, she's president of the NEA, National Education Association. She joins us right now. How you doing?
I'm spicy. Just easy. I'm doing great. Roland, we are rolling past this roll call, and with every single state, it becomes more real, doesn't it?
You being real busy around here too.
Oh yes.
Running and gunning day and night.
Run day and night, because we got work to do, and we're going to do it. We're going to win. Did I tell you that already?
Yeah, I think.
Okay, all right.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
One of the things that what we keep trying to explain to folks is that I remember Reverend Warnock said this. People were telling him in 2020, Pastor, we praying for you. He's like, I appreciate all your prayers, but y'all got to vote.
That's right.
He said, praying on one thing, praying ain't voting.
It's not. It's good though.
He said the voting part is the work part. He said you can pray, but you got to do some work.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And our 3 million members of the National Education Association are already doing that work. But I tell you what, Roland, there is so much excitement and inspiration and hope in this hall. But you know what I'm saying there to my members and everybody else? The one word that I need everyone to leave this convention with is power. We have the power to act, to influence, to make a difference. And that's what the 3 million members of the NEA are going to do. We're going to win.
Joe.
My wife is a member of the NEA.
Oh, where?
She's a speech therapist in the schools in California. We're in Southern California.
Good
So I would love to hear what you would think. Let's see, we get around the corner. We're going to win this election, I believe, just like you do. What are some of the things you'd like to see done legislatively this opportunity might present for us if things really go well?
So wherever I go, this is what I'm saying to my members, but wherever I go, and I'm going to say it right now to Roland, we're going to do everything we possibly can to ensure that come this January, it will be Madam President.
Yes.
And it's not.
Hold that thought. Wendell Pierce is on the microphone right now.
Oh, there he is.
From Louisiana. Let's quickly go to the floor.
And born out of that democracy from the Big Easy, the northernmost Caribbean city, the last Bohemia was jazz. And nothing could be more emblematic of jazz and democracy than what we swing with in the Big Easy. And it's because of that that I am here to cast my personal vote for the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris. And now, the leader of our party, Mr. Randall Gaines.
That is actor Wendell Pierce speaking on behalf of the Louisiana delegation right there. Becky, go ahead and finish your thought.
Oh, my goodness. So, Roland, as I was saying,
right, yeah.
as I was answering the question, here's the thing. We can't just elect a president and vice president.
Sure.
We have to win all the things. We have to win all the things. So when you talk to me about policy, I have to make sure, my members have to make sure that President Harris has a House and a Senate who is pro-public education, who cares about our kids and our communities, who cares about the people who have dedicated their lives to educating America's children, so that they can lead and they have others to pass policy that finally funds education across this country in a way that it is equitable and it is sustained, that finally respects educators, our teachers, our support staff in a way that reflects the important work they do in this society. And we have to make sure that we have policies in place that reflect the diversity of this country. And in our public schools, which now, a couple of years ago, predominantly students of color, we have to make sure that they are racially and socially just and equitable so that every student, every single one, everyone can succeed. So when we talk about policies that a President Harris, Harris administration will pass, it is about those things.
Hold tight 1 second. Governor Wes Moore is now speaking.
Oh, Wes.
Roll call for the state of Maryland.
Maryland, how do you cast your vote?
We are Maryland! And we represent Marylanders past and present who have contributed to America's greatness. We are the birthplace of Harriet Tubman. We are the birthplace of Thurgood Marshall. We are the birthplace of Frederick Douglass. We are the place where soldiers defended our freedoms in Baltimore and also in Antietam, and the home of thousands of veterans who call Maryland home. And this community of patriots is proud to cast our votes for the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris!
All right, folks, that was Governor Wes Moore, my alpha brother, representing the state of Maryland, only the third black elected governor in American history. Teresa, your question.
Yes, I am so excited that my mom was also part of public education and my dad actually, for over 30 years, and they retired. So what is some of your members doing to activate the vote outside of work hours?
So we know how to organize, how to mobilize, and how to proselytize. And that's what we are already doing. We conducted a training right here at this convention center because we knew that we needed our members to leave here ready to go, so that they can knock doors, they can have house parties, they can make sure that they know how to lift up their voice. So we gave them communications training. You know, teachers are still the most trusted voice in any community. So we need them to be able to tell their stories in powerful ways about real students and real schools and educators in a way that connects with voters. And as I always say to everyone, you know, here's the thing. I need everyone who likes you or loves you or intends to keep living with you. Not only to vote, but to volunteer all the way up to Election Day. That's how we're going to win.
All right, then. Becky, I appreciate it. Thanks for hanging on the Blackest Show. At this convention, you ain't going to do no other show that got this much flavor. I'm just letting you know. We appreciate it.
Always.
All right, thanks so much. Y'all, coming up next, Jamie Harrison, chair of the Democratic National Committee. We're going to chat with him next. Let's do this here. Let me see who's Minnesota's up. All right, who they going to have? Actually, are they going to skip them? Nope, they're going to, let's see who they got. Right, because normally they'll like do Minnesota than California. And so we're monitoring that. And so, Becky, we appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Folks, we're going to get Jamie Harrison. I got you. We're going to get Jamie Harrison, who runs the DNC. It's been a busy week for him at this convention. So we're waiting to pull him up. So are they getting them? Where are they? All right, Damon Hewitt, come on real quick. Damon Hewitt leads the Lawrence Committee for Civil Rights under law. Damon, the reality is here. Voter suppression is real. Republicans are doing all they can to short circuit the ballot. Talk about what y'all are doing to protect the sanctity of folks' right to vote.
Man, just like we've been doing for 20 years strong, Roland, we're doing election protection. We're protecting our voice, our opportunity, our power, not just to vote. And so everybody can call the hotline 866-OUR-VOTE. You can go online, 866ourvote.org, and learn more information. In the 2020 election cycle, we mobilized 14,000 attorneys all around the country.
Hold tight 1 second. Go back to the convention floor. Folks, 1968, the first time we had an integrated delegation. This is the head of the Mississippi delegation.
T. Thompson. With great joy, Mississippi delivers 40 votes for our future president, Miss Kamala Harris.
The reason I wanted to show that, folks, again, 1964, Atlantic City, the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, Bob Moses, Fannie Lou Hamer, they were there protesting. They wanted to integrate it. Mississippi stopped them. There was a compromise. They were not happy. But Dr. King said, we got the promise they're going to be integrated in 68. Here we're back in Chicago. And what does it say? It's also tied to voting, Damon. What does it say? That the head of the Mississippi Democratic Party is a black man. And you saw how many black folks were in that delegation. That says what happens when black folks use their power.
Well, look, Roland, it only makes sense. It's one of the blackest states in the country. And there's been so much progress. I just saw Maryland Mumba earlier from Jackson. He's out here in the House. Strong leadership, following the footsteps of his father. Derrick Johnson, his adopted home is Mississippi. Right? We've come a long way, but we are not saved. Just a couple of months ago, we won a redistricting trial in Mississippi in federal court because the state legislature redrew district lines in a way that diluted black voting strength. So now the state has to redraw all its lines in advance of the state elections for next year. Not this fall, but for next year, right, for those elections. So it means a lot. What it means is we now have people in positions of authority, of influence, and power to address the thing that never quite goes away, and that's racism. That's racial discrimination. And so it gives us a fighting chance.
And you have a Supreme Court with Chief Justice John Roberts, who felt in the Shelby v. Holder decision that all was well, we're good, how black people are voting. But we got those numbers because of the protection of the Voting Rights Act.
Exactly. They're like, well, everything is good. We can stop. We know what backsliding looks like. Even when we have protections of the law. Taking the law away does not make things better. It makes things worse. That's what Ruth Bader Ginsburg said. She like getting rid of the Voting Rights Act is like throwing your umbrella out in the rainstorm just because you ain't getting wet. Makes absolutely no sense. Makes no common sense.
Joe.
Let us know, as a civil rights attorney based in California, we're always interested to know the depth of the opportunities that are available for people to get involved from an election protection standpoint, and how are you guys raising your game in response to what we see and what we foresee in terms of voter suppression, et cetera?
Love the question. So the ways to get involved are twofold. If you're a lawyer, and we have a lot of black lawyers, a lot of allied lawyers out there, you can volunteer for the Election Protection Hotline and Coalition. We have 14,000 lawyers in 2020. We'll do big numbers again this year to answer all the calls from voters and do all the troubleshooting and respond with litigation if and when needed on election day or even after. There's always also another way. you don't have to be a lawyer to be down with election protection.
Sure.
In our field program in the communities, people can volunteer and go to your own precincts, to your own polling sites,
Sure.
in your neighborhood, in your city, in your state. We have a new component this year called Oho Ashe. Oho Ashe, and it's about seeing and all things that Ashe means for our community, right? It is black women answering the call. That's the subtitle. We want black women who are already leading the way to protect and defend our democracy to know how they can plug in. And Oho Ashe is both lifting up what sisters are already doing and giving them new ways to plug in. It is actually a campaign and coalition with the Global Black Economic Forum, Alfonso David, that's a sister entity to Essence Communications, right? So we're stepping up our game also because we hire people in various states. I got a sister in Texas, got somebody in Virginia. I now have 2 people in Ohio. We have people all throughout the country who are living there day to day, stationed there. And if you don't live there, I said you got to stay there for some time, right? At least move for a while if you don't move there permanently. To not just be among the community, to really be part of the community and understand exactly what people are facing. It's going to speed up our response times, even when we have lawyers answering the calls on the hotline.
Excellent. Teresa?
Yeah, you know what? I love that because in 2020, that was the main point of view for Donald Trump to say, you know, election suppression, you know, from each county. And I think the one thing we were missing was the talking points from that department saying, no, that's not what happened. So I think where are we at on communication to make sure, you know, when they do start in the midst of it, because we already know mail-in ballots is going to be a situation, not only just to vote at the polls because we don't get it the same night, but there's going to be mail-in ballots. There's going to be other situations that arise. So where are you guys at on communicating and making sure that you're letting the people know, no, it is not voter suppression, and we are fighting for you?
Sister, you're exactly right. Not all of us do GOTV, get out the vote, but the Lawyers Committee, we do GOTM, get out the message. And that's an affirmative message before Election Day, before election season even, and early voting, about here are your rights, here's your responsibilities, here's things that you can do. And sadly, it's going to vary by state to state, right? We know they're trying new bad things in Georgia. We have litigation already still moving in a number of districts. That's our AG, Aaron Ford from Nevada.
Yeah,
what's up, my man?
He a little capper. You know,
well, you know.
First of all, when 2 cappers show up, they call it an invasion. Well, we got 2 albums here, and we already better than y'all.
Come on, man.
And we got one, and then we got one tired Omega walking in here, Mario. Now go sit. Now all 3 of y'all get y'all ass all out of here.
That's the whole line right there. That's the whole line right there.
That's the whole line.
Look, what are we talking about?
I just want the hotline number. So we were talking about
Right.
the messaging.
Yeah. So getting out the message. So we know that people's rights and opportunities are going to vary state by state. So our people are working with coalitions. It's not just us in election protection. It's over 300 organizations all around the country. I want to shout out to Helen Butler and the Georgia Coalition for the People's Agenda in Georgia, because Georgia is some kind of crazy.
You just gonna walk
they
on by?
refuse to let go of their
Damon.
power.
I ain't let no black man walk on by. You ain't gonna speak. We talking about voter protection and all that good stuff. And you got a book about that stuff. Yeah. What's the name of it? Sell some copies.
Our Unfinished March. It's a good book. Prescient. I wrote it 2 years ago, but talks about the things we need to be worried about with our system. I'm pretty confident that we're going to have more votes than them, but the question is, what gets counted, what gets certified, and what do they actually do with regard to the election or the election results? So we've got a lot of work to do.
Absolutely.
You're right.
You good, my man?
I'm fine.
All right. Your wife make them? No, you gotta understand. This is the blackest show here. We just snatch folk when they walk by and just grab. That's how we do it.
And he would try to do that when I was Attorney General. I used to have a detail. That's what he
and what he won't say in detail, be like, oh, that's Roland.
That's my brother here.
All right. Tell the wife I'm still looking for that gumbo.
You all have some gumbo fight going on.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, I'm married to her for 34 years, so I like her gumbo.
Great answer.
Former
Great
Attorney
answer.
General Eric Holden.
Good man.
Former AG, good to see you. See, I told y'all how we do it. Go ahead, David. Go ahead.
No, so we got to get out the message. So it's not just one standard.
Right.
It depends on where you live and where you are. So there's the fights we're fighting for the long term, but there's the fights we got to fight right now. And that means being armed with information, being prepared to vote from day one. Everybody watching this show right now, I want you to go check your registration status.
Yes.
Check your voter registration status, because I know some folks may not have cast a ballot since 2020
Yep.
or 2016 or 2008, right? For some people, right? So don't assume because you're registered, you're still registered. They've been changing the rules. They've been changing the polling locations. If you live in Georgia, if you live in Texas, if you live in Mississippi, all these jurisdictions that were covered by the Protection of the Voter Rights Act, those protections in large part have been washed away. So protect yourself and check your registration status. Go to 866ivote.org or call 866iVote.
All right. Brett, I appreciate it, bro.
I appreciate you,
Thanks
man.
a bunch.
Get the word out. Thank you all.
Yes,
Appreciate
sir.
it.
Damon Hewitt, Laws Committee for Civil Rights under law. All right, folks, the roll call continues for putting Vice President Kamala Harris and Governor Tim Walz over the top. And so that's what's happening right now. Hey, what you doing? You not next? No, you're not? Watch this here. Desiree, come on. Carol, don't run the show. My next guest at 7:30 is 7:33. No, but she ain't the host. She ain't the owner. Get on out the chair. Desiree? Desiree. Come on, let's go. Come on. Come on. It's a train station.
I know, that's right.
We got it moving. All right, y'all. So if y'all been looking on the stage, everybody on the stage, they've been wearing black makeup. Hold tight 1 second. Go to the convention hall. Let's see my man Spike Lee there with the New York delegation.
New York. How do you cast your vote? Mr. Secretary, my name.
New York delegation. I had to see my man Spike Lee. All right, y'all. So y'all heard us talk about what happens when you have black folks in charge. Vice President Kamala Harris at the top of the ticket. You got Mignon Moore, convention CEO. You got Leah Daltrey, head of the Rules Committee. You got Jamie Harrison, head of the DNC. And so this is a huge multi-million-dollar event. And so you got contracts left and right. So when you see all the folk coming on stage and they're wearing makeup, they're using makeup from a black-owned company called Black Opal. Desiree Rogers is the co-founder, co-CEO of Black Opal. She joins us right now. What's happening?
Honey, we are doing the makeup.
All of it.
All of it, all of it. White, black, you name it. Yesterday we had James Taylor in the seat next to James Clyburn. It was a beautiful moment. James and James.
Again, what I try to explain to people, that when you have these events, this is millions being spent. And so we should be a part of that economic piece, not just here for our political piece.
Absolutely. I think and I know, I just found out today, we are the first black-owned, women-owned firm to do this work. So we're so pleased to be able to do that. And many times, people put us in a corner and say, well, you can't do everybody. We have done everyone. So all the men, all the women, all the tones, we have done them all with Black Opal and Fashion Fair Cosmetics. We've got 80 years combined in the business, so we do know what we're doing.
Talk about, first of all, there is a difference when you have black folks doing makeup. That's one of the biggest criticisms of black women, television anchors, actresses, entertainers, is that when it comes to their hair and makeup, they got folk who got no idea what they're doing. And so being culturally competent in makeup is critically important.
Well, you know what? We have a diverse group back there, but I'm telling you, those men and women, they're looking fantastic. Have you seen those lipsticks? We're encouraging people to wear a little color, not be dull. It is a celebration. Let's have it. We got bronzer on the guys. I mean, look at the makeup. It is unbelievable. I have to say so myself. And so we've had a really fun time just encouraging people to celebrate, because it is a celebration. And so I think they look fantastic. We even had Mitch Landrieu was back there a couple of times cutting up. He said, what you going to do for my hair? I said, well, I don't know. We're going to powder you.
They can't do nothing.
We're going to powder
Mitchell
you.
Andrews' hair because he ain't got
We
none.
got something called Warm Sunrise. We gave him a little Warm Sunrise.
There are no black opal wigs back there. Questions, Teresa?
You know what? One, congratulations. I was very excited when I saw the release of that. And actually encouraged my team that we're working with. I said, we're going to get some over-the-counter black opal, and we're going to support and celebrate. So congratulations to that. A question for you is, it's very hard to get in this space. They could have called Mary Kay, but they didn't. They called black opal. What do you think the reason why?
Listen, we have 80 years in the business. So I think one of the things is just longevity and really being a company that knows what they're doing. And we pursued it. I wanted it. I mean, I thought that we should have it. We did not know that we would have the nomination of Kamala. But we did know that we are a black cosmetics company here in Chicago. And if anyone should get it, we should get it. And so we got it. We got it.
Wonderful.
We've got 10 artists back there. We're probably going to do about 400 faces.
Wow. So very much in the tradition of great companies, black companies that have come up in Chicago. You guys have been around for 80 years. You conquered something. You said you wanted it. You wanted it. You got it. Tell us what you want next and what are the next frontiers for your company.
Listen, the one thing that I want is I want these black-owned companies in the beauty space to survive. We know that even the black population, only 2.5% of the purchases are coming from black Americans. And the other thing we know is, it's really hard to be in this space. There's smaller companies coming up all the time, but we want to build some scale. We think that there's no reason why we shouldn't be the first billion-dollar beauty company. And all we need is support, and we know we have the products. So we just need people to try them. You'll love them. You'll never look better. And you will thank me. You will definitely thank me, as so far 100-plus people have thanked us.
Right. Part of the issue we talk about a lot on our show as well is how we as African Americans, we drive so many businesses, but we're not actually owning it. How bad is it in the makeup field in terms of
it is really bad.
In terms of ownership, in terms of usage, who we support?
We're so small. We're just like a needle in a haystack. Black-owned beauty businesses, they are very, very small, just a very small percentage. But here's the thing. We, as our own people, we buy so much makeup. We buy so many things in the beauty space. So we can make our own businesses succeed. Of course, we want to be open and diverse for everyone, but there's no reason why we can't do this. It's just a matter of, as I say to some people when I check out their makeup, I'm like, it's time for you to come off the plantation.
Ooh.
I love it.
That's real hot.
Duh.
And move on over.
Duh.
And move on over to black-owned businesses. I can tell. You can't fool me. I know our colors. We got those perfect matches. If you don't have a perfect match, you're at the wrong counter. So Fashion Fair is sold at Sephora and Macy's. Yep. And Black Opal is sold at Walmart, CVS, Rite Aid, and also Ulta. Not all of them, but a lot of them. So we need the support. That's what we need. And check our work out over the next couple of days.
All right. Desiree, good to see you. Congratulations.
Thank you. All right.
All right.
Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Appreciate it. Thanks a bunch.
All right. Bye-bye now.
All right, folks. The roll call continues there in the hall there here at the United Center. And so we're still checking back, waiting for them to bring up the California delegation. They are going to put Vice President Kamala Harris over the top. So we're waiting for that moment to show you that. Let's get ready to so earlier today, we were talking about those union interviews. We had a conference. We heard from Congressman Ro Khanna, who's been on our show numerous times. We also talked to Liz Shuler, who leads the AFL-CIO. Hear those interviews. All right, folks, y'all seen Congressman Ro Khanna on our show many times. Glad to see you in living color.
I'm glad to meet you in person. I usually see you on a Zoom screen.
Indeed. Let's talk about your fellow Californian, how she has run a flawless campaign thus far.
She's electrified the country. She's electrified the party. I have not seen the party this unified since 2008 when we had President Obama. And she has really inspired people. And here's the thing, when you inspire people, when you excite people, they give you the benefit of the doubt if they don't agree 100% on the policy, because no one agrees 100%.
Right.
But she has gotten the momentum, but now we've got to operationalize the momentum.
Also, I think there's a huge difference when you talk about tone, when you listen to her and Governor Tim Walz compared to the doom and gloom and dark and sadistic and, oh, my God, the world is going to hell whenever you hear Donald Trump and J.D. Vance talk.
Well, it's a substantive difference, right? J.D. Vance and Donald Trump think that the future of America is something to be feared, something to be opposed. They don't like the fact that there has been immigration. They don't like the fact that women have gained rights. They don't like the fact that we have voting rights and more representation. So they're saying, let's go back. Let's go back to the America we had. And they are angry. Kamala Harris is saying, I represent the future of America. Everyone, if you're a little girl, you can see yourself in me. If you're a minority, you can see yourself in me. I represent the beauty, along with Tim Walz, of representing everyone in America. And people are saying, yeah, I think I can see ourselves in them more than I can in Donald Trump and J.D. Vance.
You know, and again, I think that when you have that type of enthusiasm, that difference in tone, that then causes somebody to say, I can believe in that, I can buy into that, I can help that.
Absolutely, because campaigns, and I think this is the brilliance of what Vice President Harris has understood, that campaigns are about hope, aspiration, personality, connecting with people's hearts and dreams first, and then doing the policy. And too often, Democrats, I've been guilty of this, we love to lead with the policy because we want to fix things, we want to do things, and we don't do the emotive stuff as well. The vice president is connecting culturally, she's connecting emotionally, and now she's going to roll out the policies to say, okay, here's how we're going to solve the problem.
I love the fact that today, she's going to be in Milwaukee with Governor Tim Walz holding a rally. I mean, it's 80 miles away, but taking advantage of the energy here and also doing it there, getting a twofer.
And she's running hard. She's running as the underdog, because when you're an African-American, Indian-American woman running for president, you're the underdog till Election Day. That's just the reality of this country. And instead of saying, okay, I'm up in the polls and I'm up in Wisconsin, she's saying, no, I'm going to run like the underdog. We're going to run through the tape. We're going to do the hard work. And you know what? In this country, people respect that. They don't like the sense of entitlement. They don't like the sense that you don't earn every vote. And I think that's why we're going to win.
All right, then. Well, Congressman, always good to see you.
I appreciate you. I know you got a lot of fans, because whenever I go around, people say, they text me, call me. They say, we saw you on Roland's show. So I appreciate you having me on.
All right, love it. I appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
All right. All right, folks, right now we're going to bring in, appreciate it, Congressman. We're going to bring in the head of the AFL-CIO. We're going to just step on in here. How you doing? How's it going?
Thank you so much.
I appreciate it. Appreciate it. We're going to place you right there. Doing the musical chairs going on here.
That's awesome.
Absolutely. Let's get right into it. You had the labor leaders on stage last night, all speaking as one, individually speaking, but going all up together. I had Fred on earlier, but just talk about just the total difference in support of unions by this administration compared to not just Republicans, but even Democrats in the past 30 plus years.
Working people are at the center of this convention, and we are 20% of the delegates here on the floor. And so we came in early as a labor movement to support Kamala Harris for president, because we knew that with labor's backing, it was going to shift everything. It's going to move the rest of the convention, because we are central to that infrastructure. You know very well that we have the ground troops in every community, and getting the word out is going to be so important because of the margins in this election, especially in those very close battleground states, right? Where, again, union members are 20% of the electorate in those states. So we know that we can be the truth squad, the people who get the message out and do the kind of retail side of breaking through the social media noise.
I think one of the reasons why I believe you're seeing the high percentage of Americans that support unions, which is what we haven't seen in nearly 50 years, is because over the last 3-4 decades, it has been a constant just widening of the gap when you have CEOs who are now making 100, 200 times what a worker, and you have companies that want to squeeze as much productivity out but don't want to offer raises, cost of living raises, people who are fighting a living wage. I talked to Reverend Dr. William Barber a lot about that, the fight for a living wage, a $15 minimum wage. I think people are saying, wait a minute, that's not what we want our future to be.
Exactly. People are fed up. And you remember in the pandemic where people were saying, oh, essential workers, right? People were seeing work in a way they hadn't in a long time. Our healthcare workers, our transportation workers, our grocery workers keeping food on the shelves, risking their lives. And finally, they were seen. And then coming off the pandemic, things just kind of went back to
they
normal.
were seen because folk had no choice.
Exactly.
But normally they're just oblivious to them and just ignoring them and like as if they're just peons.
And then we went back to, quote, normal, and it was people took it for granted again.
There you go.
So people are fed up. They're fired up. They're like, hey, wait a second. Do I really have to take this, or can I do something about it? And so I think that's why unions are so favorable right now, is they're finally putting, connecting those dots that they can make a change through a union.
When the Janus decision happened, one of the things that Lee Saunders and I talked about, he said that unions also had to get their act together, that they had gotten complacent. Yeah. That they had to actually go back to the basics.
That's right.
You think that also was the case?
Absolutely, because we have a lot of those stereotypes that still persist, that we were exclusive, not inclusive. People like me, women of color, were always on the sidelines, and especially in certain types of jobs where, in the growing industries, women and people of color didn't see themselves necessarily in those jobs because the labor movement really wasn't reflective of those communities. And so I think that has shifted. If you look at this floor, if you look at the delegations from labor, if you look at the leadership of labor last night, diverse, female, it is a completely different labor movement.
When you talk about, again, the look, the feel, and how that changes, I think back to 2008 when Obama ran, and you had white union leaders who put race on the table. And they said, no, we have to tell these white men and white women, these folks have been backing us, they've been supporting us, CBC, we're going to stand with this black man. And it was very interesting how they didn't try to dance around it. They said, no, we have to confront it.
Absolutely. My predecessor, Rich Trumka, gave a very famous speech, you may remember, to a steelworkers audience. That went viral for that reason, because the credibility of that messenger speaking in a way that people's ears can open. And in fact, unions are the most trusted source. If a union member hears from their union, it cuts through all the rest of the noise. Right. Even the friends and family aren't as trusted as their union. I don't know what that says about their family, but but unions are seen as kind of cutting through the BS. We approach people on an issues basis, the things they care about. Good jobs, good fair wages, equal pay, good health care, retirement, affordable housing. People can't afford to live where they work anymore. Right. So unions can actually help those people listen in, pay attention to those issues, and connect them to the candidates.
So we obviously we know battleground states, but everything is not just about the presidential race. And so what does y'all's map look like in terms of how many states that you're really focused on? Because it's not just presidential, it's critical U.S. Senate races, it's congressional races too.
Thank you, because
and state races.
There's so much focus on the presidential. I couldn't agree more that those down ballot races are just as important, if not more. And we're seeing a surge in candidates who are reflective of our communities, which is so exciting. And then knowing that we have a community network of labor movement activists all in every city and town, every state, in every workplace. And no one else reaches people at the workplace, if you think about it. People don't even answer their doors anymore because of those Ring doorbells. They're looking on their couch going,
no,
who is
I'm not
that?
talking to them. I'm not talking to them.
Yeah, I know, exactly. So we go into the workplace and talk to people with a shop steward or with a union activist. And I think it's a special reach that we have. But those down ballot races are the most compelling because it's close to their community and they see it and they connect it.
Well,
Yeah.
I told Fred this, that so this show will be 6 years old September 4th.
Amazing.
And when we launched the show, when TV One canceled my show, a lot of people were really upset. And Lee Saunders was like, listen, we got to support. Everybody was talking about hitting them up. And so when I told them what I was doing, the first 2 years of this show, Aspen was the only sponsor.
Is that right?
That's how we were able.
Wow.
That's how we survived the first 2 years of this show because of their support. So we understand the importance of unions. And he said, look, your voice is important, who you speak to. So we also speak to predator support.
Thank you for your partnership. Thank you for being a voice for working people. And I can't wait to see where we go from here.
All right. I appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
All right. Hey, folks, welcome back. We, of course, here. What's going on? Good. We were here back on this. The roll call continues. This is the Texas delegation. So you see Congressman Al Green standing behind right there. How's it going, bro? And so you see what's going on there. How you doing? And so we're still waiting. We'll forget California. California will be the delegation that puts Vice President Kamala Harris over the top. So a lot of things going on here. Actually, yes, they're running late. It is 7:53 Central Time, 8:53 Eastern. We were supposed to have been starting the speakers by now, and so we still are going to be hearing from in this hour, or likely the next hour, Ana Navarro introducing Senator Chuck Schumer, Majority Leader also Senator Bernie Sanders, Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, Ken Chenault, former CEO, American Express, Michelle Grisham, the governor of New Mexico. And so then we're going to have in the next hour, Angela Also Brooks running for United States Senate in Maryland, the mayor of Mesa, Arizona, Republican John Giles, Illinois Senator Tammy Duckworth, and then Doug Emhoff, the second gentleman, and then Michelle Obama, and then President Barack Obama. While we are here, as we speak, Vice President Kamala Harris, Governor Tim Walz, they're holding a mass rally 80 miles away in Milwaukee. And so we're trying to get access to that live stream so we can have a secondary stream going to be able to show y'all what's happening there. And so a lot going on here in Chicago, the Democratic National Convention on the second night. And so, as I told y'all, we're in this prime position. All the folks who've been coming through here, I've been grabbing folks, talking to them on the fly, doing it the only way we can do it. One of my guys just came to me and they said, Florida Congressman Republican Byron Donalds is here. I don't give a damn. So
none of us.
I don't care. So whatever. He ain't gonna come over here and get grilled. I can tell you. I can tell you that ain't gonna happen. I'm just letting you know it's not gonna happen. Joining us right now, to my right, we got Kwame Jackson. You know, I told y'all we allow Kappas to be here. So let's do this here. Let's go to the floor.
Okay.
I think this is Virgin Islands. This is Congresswoman Stacey Plaskett.
Yeah, she's.
States are home, a place of resistance and freedom, home of Alexander Hamilton, the first slave rebellion in the Western Hemisphere, the fire-burned Queens. We are proud to celebrate a nominee of Caribbean heritage.
From America's Caribbean, the place where the sun rises first in America, from the place of great liberty and the vacation home of President Joe Biden, the Virgin Islanders are strong, resilient, and committed and passionate to vote for the next President of the United States. All 13 votes to Kamala Harris!
This is our friends from the Virgin Islands. It's a territory, but I call it the blackest state, if you will. And a lot of us should be thinking about it that way. Let's do this here. Let's go back to the floor because I got to show an alpha man, Congressman Bobby Scott from Virginia.
This is it. This is going to be all night.
Mr. Secretary, the Commonwealth of Virginia is proudly represented by Senator Mark Warner and Senator Tim Kaine. majorities in the House of Representatives with 6 hardworking Congress members and majorities in the General Assembly. We also are proud to be represented by 25,000 hardworking, mostly union workers who build freedom by building aircraft carriers and submarines. Senator Warner.
Virginia, for this year, we're going to return Tim Kaine to the United States Senate. Our Commonwealth of Virginia is proud to cast all 119 votes for the next President, Kamala Harris.
Washington, how do you cast your vote?
From the amber waves of grain and verdant origins of eastern Washington to the iconic waters of the Sailor Sea, Washington stands proud as a part of the Blue Walls.
Yeah,
Fine.
absolutely.
Hey.
All right, y'all. We got cappers over here running their miles, trying to take pictures. We live.
We having a whole Kappa
we
fest.
live. They asking for selfies.
That's it.
First of all, I said, put it. See,
we don't know if we on camera.
You know
on camera.
You know they expectations low when they say put a couple cappers on. all of them.
It was.
That's right. We up and
Shit, man, y'all better go sit y'all ass down.
outside.
He ain't ready.
Y'all better go sit y'all ass
He ain't
down.
ready for the original 1911.
Real men walk upright. We don't need no canes.
Oh, Lord.
Go on, take a seat.
Oh, Lord.
All right.
Where my shea butter at,
All
my
right.
mirror?
Don't start.
Where's my shea butter? I don't got time.
Don't start. I'm going to cut you deep. I told y'all this is the blackest show here.
It is.
It is the blackest show here.
I told y'all that.
All right.
I told y'all.
You got the whole D9 sitting here.
I told y'all in one night, y'all going to see more black people on the show.
This is
than
it?
all other networks combined for the week.
That's right.
This is it?
Right. That's why we got to support the Black Star Network.
That's it.
Despite how crazy you are.
Hey, I'm not crazy.
I just want to say Roland Martin did his thing on Win with Black Men. When he led by that call, you did your thing, brother. You inspired us all. There's too many damn alphas on there, but it was still a leadership fest.
It is not my fault we could throw a rock and hit an alpha leader.
No, but
It's not
but you
my
wouldn't chime anybody else in but Alpha. I was on the call. You didn't chime nobody else in.
Let me
It
say
was rigged.
It was rigged.
It was a rigged election.
Let me say
it was
it
a rigged
again.
Zoom.
It was like Alpha men for black
It was a rigged Zoom.
Let me say it again. When they are trying to decide black leadership, it's a whole lot of us, and it's a little group of y'all combined.
It's all
That's what happens
good.
when you get the person with the mic.
That's
decide
it.
Who gets
That's
on.
it.
No, I'm just saying. It just happened to be alpha.
I'm going to say
Alpha.
MLK and Abernathy. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. We was working together. Getting it done.
Except he forgot that also Andrew Young alpha.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Don't let me. Man Jackson alpha.
And Jesse Jackson,
Yeah,
who
he
made
in
it
the
top
making.
five.
He in the
The
making.
whole D9 was sitting up there on the balcony.
Getting his props.
The
know, man.
Reverend
whole-
Jesse Jackson.
That's fine.
Who made it possible for Barack
But they all-
Obama to run?
That
Who made
speech-
it possible
that
for the
speech in
VP?
84, brother.
That's right.
Jesse
if there's no
Jackson's
Jesse
speech in
Jackson, there's no
84.
Kamala Harris.
Up with
our
hope.
next president.
Up with hope. Come on.
Actually, if there's no Shirley Chisholm.
Well, we can
You
go.
right.
We can go back to Fannie Lou Hamer then. We can
You
go back
right.
to Fannie Lou Hamer if we're gonna keep going back.
No.
Let's keep it in the Divine Nine.
No, if you want to go back to Fannie Lou Hamer, then you got to go back to Charlotta Bass, who was the first black woman vice presidential candidate. Don't let me have to educate you, boy. Don't let me have to. Don't let me.
This is group learning.
Hey,
This
please
is group
do.
learning.
Don't let me.
See how he changes the rules.
No, I ain't.
We're
No,
talking about
no,
Divine
no,
Nine.
no,
He's
no,
trying-
I'm just take it back to
no.
Frederick Douglass.
See,
Okay,
don't.
let's go to our roots. You know, sitting in Abraham Lincoln's lobby.
Let's keep going back. Let's keep going back.
Y'all can do that. Y'all can do that. We will Denmark VC.
Mark Bessie. Yeah.
Y'all want to go there? Don't start.
Keep
I'm gonna hurt your
going.
feelings.
David Walker. David Walker's appeal.
Harriet Tubman. I can't wait till
Hold
she
on.
gets on the $20 bill.
Yeah.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
How you doing? Good seeing you. All good. Just here working. Just here working. Absolutely.
Wrestling's here too. She's speaking tomorrow.
All right, then.
I'll make sure that.
I appreciate it.
Awesome. Good to see you.
See, for all y'all who didn't know, that was Lorraine Powell Jobs, the widow of Steve Jobs.
Oh.
Yeah. I told y'all I know everybody. I'm just letting y'all know. I'm just letting y'all know.
Just make sure she give us a seat on the yacht.
Huh?
Give us a seat on the yacht. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, she gave a kiss on the cheek because I got her cell phone.
There you go.
See?
Look.
See the
Brush your shoulder off.
I done told you. Hold up.
Who she was.
Y'all forgot.
I didn't.
Y'all forgot you talking to her.
Look, you a boss. You a boss.
You a boss.
You a boss.
You a
But
boss.
you got to get me a seat on that yacht. That's all I know. You a boss for that.
I might do a +2.
You are? He like, I'm going to see what I can do.
Yeah, I'm going to see if I can squeeze y'all in.
When we pull up to Monaco, I'm going to see what we can do.
See if I can squeeze y'all in. I'm like, that
was a good look, though, man. I would not have recognized her.
Me either.
Now, why you think when I sit there and talk?
Oh, you got the prime spot, brother.
Calvin.
I don't know how you did this.
When we
Come on over here.
Senator Warnock runoff election
What's up, sir?
in Georgia, November
Yeah.
2020, we were set up like this. We were the only people there live.
Right at the entry line.
Everybody came.
Oh, yeah, you got to pay condolences and everything as you come in.
Folks, long time, Calvin, long time Georgia State representative. What's up, man?
Hi, man. I'm happy to be here. Just wanted to see you all.
How you doing?
Y'all telling about
You're
it?
doing great work in Georgia, brother.
Oh, my gosh.
We counting on y'all to flip
Nobody
it.
can break your back
We
unless
can't-
you bend it.
Oh, Georgia is leading
Give me some
the
of
way.
that.
Georgia is leading the way. I'm a North Carolina boy, but we listening to y'all in
You
Georgia.
know the truth. Don't you know the truth?
Georgia.
Yeah.
Good to see you, my brother.
Omega Man.
We got
You
this.
sleep on Georgia.
I appreciate it. Yes, sir. Will do.
D9 Fest.
Will do.
Ain't nothing
Will
about
do.
it.
I saw you.
Will do.
Looking good, team. How you doing?
Georgia
Hey,
is
what's going on,
leading the
Doc?
way.
Kwame, tell folks what you're involved in politically with this election year.
Yeah, so right now I am the Chief Marketing Officer of the Together PAC, and we are a Gen Z voter empowerment platform. We are voter empowerment focused on Gen Z through the causes they care about. So they're not focused on being Democrats or being Republicans. They're focused on anti-gun violence. They're focused on pro-environment. They're focused on reproductive rights. So we're giving them a technology platform to fund themselves, to organize themselves, kind of like a LinkedIn meets politics meets causes. So we're building that out right now. We have 20 candidates we endorse in this election cycle across the U.S., as well as new candidates coming up. We're trying to build the next Maxwell Frost, the next David Hogue, all those great people in Gen Z, and empowering them right now to take that TikTok energy, that Instagram energy, that meme energy, and go to the polls with it. So that's what we're about.
Beautiful.
Yes, togetherpurple.org.
Awesome.
Definitely find us.
One of the things that I keep saying, and it is not to denigrate, it's not to dismiss, it's not to say they're irrelevant, but what I keep saying to millennials and Gen Z, when I hear folks say, we're tired of these old folks running, I keep saying, yeah, but they run and you don't.
Yep.
Then I say, but they vote and you don't.
Yep.
That's right.
The fact of the matter is, and this is not a black thing, a white thing, it's across the board. The highest number of votes, 65 plus.
Yep.
The second highest is 55, 64.
Yep.
The third highest, just keep going down. The lowest voters in turnout is 18, 29.
Very true. But this election, when you combine millennials and Gen Z, you're going to get close to 45% of the eligible voter base.
No, but here's my point.
Yeah, but you're talking about turnout.
You said eligible voter base.
You're talking about turnout.
My problem is they're not maximizing their numbers the same way I criticize black folks, a third of Louisiana, and then you had a putrid turnout in the last election. So having demographic numbers means nothing
unless
if
you show
don't
up.
Use it.
Show up and show out. And that's what we're about. We're about empowering those people to see that the causes they care about are on the ballot. Gun violence is on the ballot. Reproductive rights is on the ballot. And so through those causes, we're saying you can be a cause champion and show up the ballot for the things that you care about. So.
All right. All right, folks. Let's go to California. Let's go to California.
From the great state of Nancy Pelosi. I come from a state like our nation of dreamers, of doers, of entrepreneurs, of innovators that prides itself on being on the leading and cutting edge of new ideas. California is the most diverse state
in the world's most diverse democracy. And we pride ourselves in our ability to live together and advance together and prosper together across every conceivable and imaginable difference. But the thing we pride ourselves most on is that we believe the future happens in California first. And Democrats, I've had the privilege for over 20 years to see that future taking shape with a star in Alameda courtroom by the name of Kamala Harris. I saw that star fighting for criminal justice, racial justice, economic justice, social justice. I saw that star get even brighter as Attorney General of California, as a United States Senator, and as Vice President of the United States of America. Kamala Harris has always done the right thing. A champion for voting rights, civil rights, LGBTQ rights, the rights for women and girls. So Democrats and independents, it's time for us to do the right thing, and that is to elect Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States of America. California, we proudly cast our 482 votes for the next president, Kamala Harris. To everyone who participated in our celebratory roll call. Delegates, please know how critical you are to this process, both now and earlier this month when we conducted our virtual roll call. I am thrilled to reaffirm Kamala Harris as the Democratic nominee for President of the United States. Pursuant to the convention rules of procedure, Vice President Kamala Harris has been invited to make an acceptance speech, which she will give on Thursday, August 22nd. But now, a special surprise. It's my pleasure to introduce our party's official nominee for President of the United States, live from my home state of Wisconsin, Vice President Kamala Harris.
Chicago. The delegates at the Democratic National Convention, well, they just completed their roll call. And they have nominated Coach Walz and me to be the next Vice President and President of the United States of America. I thank everyone there and here for believing in what we can do together. We are so honored to be your nominees. This is a people-powered campaign, and together we will chart a new way forward. A future for freedom, opportunity, of optimism and faith. So to everyone in Chicago and across America, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And you're going to hear from our wonderful second gentleman shortly. I'll see you in 2 days, Chicago.
Please welcome.
All right, folks, that was, of course, Vice President Kamala Harris and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz live from Milwaukee. Hey, Omega, pipe down. We live. All right, y'all. They were there in Milwaukee. That rally is happening while this is happening, and so we're trying to get access to that live stream as well. An amazing turnout there in Milwaukee for the vice president. Right now, Aaron Navarro, longtime Republican, is introducing Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. We were talking to Kwame Jackson about the work that they're doing with the
Together PAC.
With Together PAC. Of course, we have Tanya Washington. We got Demario Solomon Simmons. Tanya, question for Kwame.
So, how excited are the youth about this particular election, and have you seen a shift in excitement given the change at the top of the ticket?
110%. I mean, before, my co-founder, he likes to say when Biden was at the top of the ticket, it was almost as if we were sitting Shiva, right? Like we were just a little depressed, all dressed in black, doing kumbaya at home. But now with the top of the ticket shifting, I think you see two connection points specifically for Gen Z. One is there's a huge age dynamic and gap, right? Obviously coming down with Harris and Walz. And then you see the multicultural connection through Kamala's background and everything she's done. And then also that coach connection with Tim Walz. Everybody can see their high school football coach. They can see their history teacher. And so there's a connection that even David Hogue picked up on very early on, where he went out and said, I think Tim Walz is going to be vice president, and he's a voice for Gen Z. And so they saw that early connection, just like their connection with Bernie, I think, through Tim Walz. So I think there's been a new activation, a new invigoration. And like I said, we're trying to turn that online energy into action at the polls.
Wonderful work.
Demario.
Man, I'm just so excited to hear you talk about this. And you so described how we were feeling before the change at the top of the ticket.
It was sad times, brother.
It was like when I was little and my grandmother would say, I'm going to get you when I get off work. And all day long, you're waiting for it. Your food doesn't taste like anything. You're not having any fun because you're waiting on that butt whooping.
Yeah.
But so that energy, so I'm really interested to understand, how do we channel all of that energy, the energy you're feeling here, to actual votes? Because as Roland said earlier, energy is great. The percentage of the electorate is great. But we need the votes.
I think the way you do it, once again, is you find the cause points that are the touch points for Gen Z, and you amplify them to make sure they know that those are on the ballot. So you say, you concerned with gun violence is on the ballot, and this is why you need to show up in your district, in your state, vote on the local, state, and national level to push that issue forward. So don't look at it through a nebulous concept like democracy at risk. You go through the causes they care about, what they're passionate about, and you give them a reason to show up at the polls. And I think that's the way to do it. And you also let them own that online digital space. Continue to change messaging, continue to send out the memes, continue to build that energy in the online space so that other people may be activated to go to the polls. And then lastly, you tell them, like we did on the Win with Black Men call, when you show up at the polls, you show up with 2-3 other friends at the same time. Folks come in groups, in waves. You bring your disaffected auntie who watches Fox News all day, you bring her to the polls with you.
So make voting cool, make voting an event.
Make voting cool. And that's one of the things we want to do, is because you remember the Rock the Vote movement of the early 90s, right? They brought in celebrity culture. They brought in influencers. They made voting sexy and fun. We are trying to be Rock the Vote 2.0 to make that engagement again.
Hold tight 1 second. Let's go back to the convention hall. Here's this video of Vice President Kamala Harris.
Let's get this fiesta going.
The ayes are 50, the nays are 50. The Senate being equally divided, the Vice President votes in the affirmative, and the nomination is confirmed. And the concurrent resolution as amended is adopted. The Vice President votes in the affirmative, and the motion to proceed is agreed to. On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 50. The Senate being equally divided, the Vice President votes in the affirmative, and the bill, as amended, is passed.
It is my honor
to present the Golden Gavel to Vice President Harris, 32 tie-breaking votes.
Please welcome Senate Majority Leader and New York Senator Chuck Schumer.
Everybody, wasn't that a great roll call? Now just let me hear you if you're ready for President Kamala Harris. Friends, we're here to talk about one thing, tomorrow, and building a better tomorrow for all Americans. This November, we can choose a brighter, a fairer, a freer future, or we can relive the dark night of Trump's American carnage. Only one candidate will move America forward, Kamala Harris. Vice President Harris has been the best partner Senate Democrats could ever have asked for. Under her and President Biden's leadership, Senate Democrats lowered prescription drug prices and created millions of good-paying American jobs. I worked with Kamala Harris when she was Senator Harris. I saw a leader who was fearless, who stood up for middle-class families like the one she was raised in, who focused on things that really mattered. Helping parents.
All right, folks, welcome back. We're, of course, Senator Chuck Schumer, he's speaking right now, and so we'll carry some of that later. We had some great conversations earlier with a lot of folks here, and so I want to share one of those with a great conversation with Antonio Villaraigosa, former Los Angeles mayor. He's running for governor of California. He is known, what did he tell me, how long he's known the vice president? I mean, way back when, before. In fact, he knew her when she was an Alameda County prosecutor before she went to San Francisco. And so we had a great chat earlier. And so here is that conversation. Always good to see my friend, the former mayor of L.A. He's now running for governor, Antonio Villaraigosa. What's up, man?
Man, I'm just living the dream, brother. You know, woke up this morning, as they say, you know, thanking God.
Absolutely. Well, that's the first thing. You wake up like, everything work? Okay, God, we all good. All right, give you the praise. All right, let's go to work.
Let's go to work.
Absolutely.
Exactly. And when I'm in the gym at 6 o'clock this morning, and, you know, going to be working all the way through the evening.
Absolutely. Let's talk about this convention. Obviously, this race has completely changed with the decision by President Joe Biden to not seek re-election. People keep asking me, I'm going to ask you, how this last month has gone. This has been an absolutely flawless first month.
When I first saw you a few minutes ago, I was talking to Jesse, the Reverend Jesse Jackson. My first convention was 1984. I wasn't a delegate, but went to the convention advocating for immigration reform way back then. And I'll tell you something, from that day all the way to this day, and as you know, I chaired the convention in 2012 for President Obama. I have never seen an election quite like this. Just a month ago, we thought we were going to nominate President Biden.
Right.
And a lot's happened in that month. And I'll tell you, let me just say that last night, I got emotional listening to President Biden because this was going to be his convention.
Yeah.
And he honestly believes that he could beat Donald Trump and that he was the right person to lead our party.
Right.
But I think he was convinced over time that a lot of people in our party didn't agree.
Right.
And he put his country before his own interests, before even his own beliefs.
Right.
And I'll tell you something. I watched that And you got to respect him, man. He's going to go down not just as the most consequential president since Lyndon Baines Johnson, but a man who was willing to sacrifice his own career for the country. And yet at the same time, my God, the energy behind Kamala, even President Obama didn't have this kind of energy this quickly. I mean, it built up over time after Iowa and then South Carolina.
Right.
But this one is it's like on supercharged, turbocharged.
Right.
And you can feel the energy, the excitement. Some said the giddiness, but be clear, our country is evenly divided.
Right.
And this is going to be a very close election.
See, so one of the things that David Axelrod, and he's really pissing me off with this, he keeps going on CNN talking about, this euphoria is going to wear off. If the election was tomorrow, Trump wins. And I'm like, but it's not tomorrow. It's in 77 days. And so it's a buildup. So the reality, so I think I think it's offensive to keep saying, well, the euphoria is going to wear off. The reality is, anybody looking at this should be saying, wait a minute, 1 month, 500 million raised. Florida, a state where Democrats have been awful for the last 3-4 election cycles, 22,000 volunteers sign up. You look at that Win with Black Women call that Sunday, and then we came back with Win with Black Men on Monday. Then you had Latinas on Tuesday, South Asian women on Wednesday, white women on Thursday,
white dudes,
black gay men on Friday, Caribbean folks, Irish Americans for Kamala Harris, white dudes for Kamala Harris. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about, Axelrod? This is a totally different state of mind.
I've never seen anything like it. As I said, I'm a big Obama fan. I was Bill Clinton fan, Hillary Clinton fan, but I've never seen anything. It's like we got this genie in a box here and we're just rubbing on it. Now, it is true we're going to have to keep it going.
Absolutely.
But, with the kind of resources we have, with the volunteers coming in, we're going to have a ground game against a candidate who doesn't believe in ground game, doesn't believe in, as he says, vote by mail, believes, well, I don't know what he believes in besides himself. Now, that's a guy that would never put the nation before himself. And I don't say it because he's a Republican. I say it because he's Donald Trump, a convicted felon.
Yeah.
Somebody who ripped people off with a nonprofit. And, when you look at this man, the way he treats women, this isn't somebody that you could feel proud of. Joe Biden was somebody you could be proud of.
Yep.
Kamala Harris is that somebody. I don't know if you know this, but I've known Kamala before she was elected.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. I was in the legislature when I first met her. I was a freshman, 1994. She was an Alameda County prosecutor. Then she moved to San Francisco, became a prosecutor there, and ran for district attorney in a race that nobody thought she could win.
Right.
Then she ran for the Attorney General, and let me tell you about that one.
That was a tight. Everybody, I remember that night.
I was mayor of LA.
That was a tight race.
Tight. And we did 3 press conferences in the last 10 days. And she won. And guess what? Latinos got behind Kamala Harris. So I'm going to tell you, I've known her a long time, saw her as she rose to the U.S. Senate, vice president, ran for president. You've seen a lot of growth. I think she's found her sea legs.
Right.
She's found her voice. She's comfortable in her skin. And that makes her even more powerful because she's always been a very talented person. And that's why Politico said, I didn't even know it, but they said that I endorsed her a minute before President Biden. As soon as I saw he quit, I said, say something about him being the most consequential president in our lifetime, and then shoot in support of her candidacy. And everybody felt the same because right after that, it was
an avalanche. So I just think that, again, when you have folks who are that energized and that excited, I don't believe you throw cold water on it. I think what you do is you encourage that, but you also explain to people you now have to channel it. You now have to, coming out of this convention ends, you go into Labor Day. After Labor Day, everybody keeps talking about Election Day. I'm like, no. You got to be, first of all, looking at what are the registration deadlines. Now you got to register. Then after the registration deadlines pass, then you focus on early voting to get as many folks, bank as many of those early votes as possible so you're not biting your nails on election night. That, to me, is how folks should be thinking, but channel that energy and excitement into actual work.
Absolutely. Now, if we were a year out and they were talking like that, I'd understand it.
Right, way too early.
That's 77
way too early.
days.
Right.
That's it. Man, that's a very short period of time. And I believe that you will continue to feel that excitement all the way through because there's too much at stake. As Beyonce and Kamala like to say, freedom. The freedom of a young girl to grow up, the South Asian and black heritage, to grow up to be the president of the United States. The freedom to stand up for a woman's right to choose and for her right to make decisions about medical decisions about her own body. The freedom of us saying, look, yes, we can protect our border and do the things that you need to do to make sure it's secure, but deporting 11 million people, I'm just going to say, you look it up. When's the last time that happened? It was in the 1940s. Guess what country that was? You know, when you hear this man speak, the anger, the finger pointing, the name calling, the way he talks about women, and you know, we need a uniter again.
There you go.
What I loved about President Obama, he was a uniter, and that's what we need. And you're going to see Kamala Harris is going to be a uniter.
When is the gubernatorial race in California?
Well, the primaries in June of 2026. And I'll tell you something.
You starting early.
Well, last time, if you remember, I was 2.5 years. I started right after the November election when Hillary lost. I was 2.5 years after the other guy. And this time, I'm 1.5 years around one candidate and 6 months after the rest.
Okay.
In fact, that candidate just passed by.
Who? That dude?
No.
Oh.
But
I'm like, that dude running for governor?
So I'll tell you this. I ain't getting in too late. I'm going to get in. I raised more money in 6 days than the rest of them raised in 6 months. But I know that the way you win elections is one person at a time.
That's it.
I'm going to knock on every door, proverbially now.
I got you.
Literally. And I'm going to speak to everyone. And I know what my coalition has always been. It's been the Bradley Coalition of bringing blacks, Latinos, Asians, the marginalized and left out, and progressives who want to join in that effort to make sure that the opportunity America is opportunity for all of us.
Yes, sir.
Not just some of us.
All right. Always good to see you.
Good to see you.
I appreciate it, my brother. Thanks a bunch. All right.
Bye-bye.
In the convention hall, Senator Bernie Sanders is addressing the crowd. We are waiting for Ken Chenault to come to the microphone. Ken Chenault, of course, is the longtime CEO of American Express, retired several years ago. He's going to be speaking after Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, and so we look forward to carrying Ken Chenault's speech for you. Of course, we have a secondary stream that has straight convention coverage about what we're doing here. So right now what we want to do is go to a conversation I had earlier with Tom Perez. Tom Perez, former labor secretary, long time working in the Department of Justice Civil Rights Division. And so he now works for the White House, but this is not by the White House. You see right there, there's Governor Gretchen Whitmer, who just walked past us. I interviewed her a little bit earlier. And so here's my conversation with Tom Perez. Chair, it's a hell of a lot more sleepless nights, I would say.
Absolutely. Well, especially when you're in the middle of a pandemic and you had to completely redo things. But you know what, Roland? One thing we've learned is how to adapt to change.
Right.
And you know what? There's been a different kind of change here in our situation over the last month. And, Mignon Moore and Jamie Harrison and others, they've done a great job of adapting to the president's announcement and the vice president's ascension. And this last month, I've never seen energy like we've seen now, and so much momentum going into this convention. A great night last night, and we're going to have 3 more great nights.
Let's talk about that momentum. One of the things that, well, first of all, folks understand, you work for the administration, but you're here chilling as Tom Perez.
I am here in my personal
Tom Perez,
capacity.
my title.
Yeah, I'm Tom Perez, former labor secretary.
There you go.
Tom Perez, former DNC chair and former civil rights division head.
There you go. There you go. I want to talk about those 2 former things before I get to the momentum question. And I'll say this. If there's one thing that I think this administration has not done well, there have been so many successes with this DOJ, and they're not talking about it. Didn't get the George Floyd Justice Act, but I really think if they emphasize the amazing work that Christian Clark is doing, the folks that they put in prison, the redlining targets or whatever, just great work. I think that articulating that, especially to African Americans, speaks volumes about, so you don't have the George Floyd Justice Act, but amazing work that's been done.
Well, again, I spent the majority of my federal career at the Department of Justice. It's a place near and dear to my heart. One thing that both President Obama and President Biden and Vice President Harris have underscored is that separation, the independence of the Justice Department. Donald Trump tried to make it, his own fiefdom. And so in terms of the work of, talking about the cases that they have brought, we're very mindful of making sure that, we're not creating a misimpression that we're telling the Justice Department what to do. But your point is well taken. That there's the Civil Rights Division. Eric Holder said, that's the ground jewel of the Justice Department.
This Civil Rights Division, and no disrespect to anybody, I would say has been the most active since Robert Kennedy. Every time I literally report on every single. Every cop that goes to prison, every warden, every jailer. And so I've done all these stories, and I'm like, my God, I just believe that them talking about that more speaks to a community that needs to know that things are actually happening.
Well, civil rights remains the unfinished business of America. And, that was a real priority for President Biden and Vice President Harris. And, you look at the differences between Republican administrations and Democratic administrations. We did a ton of police reform work when I led the Civil Rights Division. And, my predecessor, the Bush administration, they did one case in Cincinnati. Then the Trump folks come in, and all they were trying to do was undo the
consent decrees in Baltimore. Only one partisan practice investigation. 12 under this administration.
No, it's night and day. Elections matter. And they matter for, there are ways in which elections matter that don't immediately come to mind. And one example of that is getting the right people in the right enforcement agencies.
Absolutely.
NLRB. This president and vice president have strengthened the National Labor Relations Board so much. Union, workers should know that if they get fired because they were on strike, that's illegal. And Donald Trump literally a week or two ago said, you got to fire them.
Well, first of all, they're doing a lot of work when Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk are trying to take them down as much as they can because they don't like how aggressive they've been doing. You serve as labor secretary. And when you look at not just job creation, when you look at the state of the economy, I keep trying to remind my audience, y'all, we had a 100-year pandemic. So can we stop acting like, things were bad for a few months, and why hasn't it snapped back? It's illogical to think that was going to somehow just everything going back to 2019 in a matter of months. That's just, it can't happen that way.
Oh. Well, and to make matters worse, the former president just dropped the ball on COVID. I mean, you know, when you start and tell people to go take Clorox or whatever he was saying, they just set the process back, and so many needlessly lost lives during that COVID pandemic. And so, the degree of difficulty for President Biden and Vice President Harris coming in is impossible to overstate. And the progress, the historic progress that has been made in reducing the black-white wealth gap, in lowering the unemployment rate, in making sure that equity is a North Star principle. So when we are investing in infrastructure, we are making sure that we're not just plowing through black communities as was done in the 60s, whether it was in Milwaukee, whether it was in Syracuse, New York, whether it was in Buffalo, where I grew up. We're reconnecting communities and reconnecting opportunity. That's a critically important element. And we've been able to make so much progress. I think a lot of people thought that Flint was an aberrational situation with the water. The communities across this country have been drinking.
Jackson, Mississippi, other states as well.
And because of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, we're replacing every lead pipe in America. That's a big deal. We're investing in internet for all. That's a big deal. Those stories about kids going to, the McDonald's parking lot to access, their Wi-Fi so they could go to school. We already have, racial ethnic disparities in educational access, and this just exacerbated it. So much. We've gone so far, but we've got so much more to do. And this convention is about the future, and the vision that she's been able to articulate, a vision of real optimism, opportunity, and willingness to take on tough fights. As Attorney General, she took on tough fights. She's taken on, corporations who are trying to profiteer off the backs of ordinary citizens, and we're going to continue that work. So that's why I'm so excited here, Roland, to be with you. And the most important thing folks need to know is get out there. This is not a spectator sport. People fought and died for the right to vote, and we've got to get out there now because, the course of human events, not only here in the United States but around the world, is really, for decades to come, is going to pivot off of our election.
Well, as Senator Warnock said when he was running in 2020, a lot of folk would come up to him and say, Reverend Warnock, we're praying for you. He said, I appreciate your prayers. He said, but I need your vote. And so that's
Amen.
You have to actually get out and make it happen.
I am so with you. And that is exactly what we need to do. We got a lot of momentum, but, we got something like 76 days.
77 days.
Till the weekend.
But here's what I keep trying to tell people. 77 days to Election Day, but early voting. So I tell my audience, the first thing is you must be focused on registering. Check your registration. Go to iwillvote.com because Republicans have been removing folks. Then the next piece is then vote and maximize voting early, not wait until election day.
And make a plan. Right. And every important thing we do in our life, we make a plan. Voting is an important thing. Make a plan. Find out now. You can get online at you can go to I Will Vote, or you can go your local election authority. Figure out. You can go and ask them to get a mail-in ballot. I get mine sent to me automatically. Do things to make it easier.
Absolutely.
The days of you got to vote everybody on one Tuesday. They're over, and that's a good thing. Make it easier for people to vote. Make sure every eligible voter's ballot is counted. That's what we're about, and that's why I feel optimistic.
All right, Tom Perez, I appreciate it.
Always a
good
pleasure,
to see you.
my friend.
Thanks a lot.
Take care.
All right. All right, folks, we're back live right now. On the stage is Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, who is speaking. Coming up next is going to be former American Express CEO Ken Chenault. Earlier, I had a conversation. Right behind me is, of course, Ayanna Pressley, who right back here. I don't know what she's doing. What you doing back here?
Tell Ayanna to come through.
Snap, snap. Snap, snap.
Come through, Brett. Come through.
Since y'all using my light,
Yeah.
I got a cell phone. We good. Since y'all using my light,
Yeah, come through. Yeah, come
Yeah,
through.
we live.
We waiting on you. We waiting on you.
yeah, we live.
Family.
Yeah, we live.
Come
That's
join the family.
that's why I got the best seat. I snatch everybody coming by. This like the red carpet.
Yeah.
You know
Oscar red carpet.
we cannot say no to this brother. We appreciate you so much. Thank you for telling our stories. Thank you for keeping folks informed. There's so much disinformation and misinformation out there. That's why what you're doing is so important.
Appreciate it. How you been feeling about this week? This is night 2. And of course, Ken Chenault coming up next, the next hour, Angela also Brooks. And then of course, second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, then Michelle Obama, then President Obama.
Yeah, I mean, it's heady. A lot of people don't know Chicago's a city that raised me. This is actually where I'm from. So to be here is a very full circle moment. But to return as a congresswoman representing the Massachusetts 7th, including the city of Boston, I'm not going to say it's surreal because I feel like that in some ways denies us that this is real, that this is attainable, and we are on the precipice of making history.
Always good to see you.
Good to see you too.
All right, take care. Folks, Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley from Massachusetts. Mondale, get over here. Mondale Robinson, of course, mayor there in North Carolina, working to get black men out. Tell them about the Black Male Project.
Black Male Voter Project.
I got the microphone. I don't need you to hold that damn thing.
I knew when you said it was like a red carpet, you was going to take that serious.
Put your hands in your assume the position. Put your hands behind your back. Now go.
Black Male Voter Project is the first and only organization in this country with the sole purpose of increasing the more than 60% of black men in this country that are already registered that are not super voters. A super voter is someone who votes in every election. There are 9.6 million black men in this country that are registered to vote, and more than 60% of them, guys, almost 5 million, have not voted in the last 4 or 5 federal elections, or at least one of them. So our job is to bring them out. That's also not a critique of black men. It's a critique of the processes that we use that fail epically at reaching these brothers about what they're suffering through.
You know, one of the things that, I mean, you have all this dialogue. We saw it happen when Stacey Abrams was in Georgia. People were making these assumptions that black men were not supporting her. When elections are over, you pull the data, that was an absolute lie. And so I think part of the deal is also mainstream media pushing narratives. I mean, I saw CNN do the story the other day talking of 6 black men at a basketball court, and 4 of them for Trump. One wasn't going to vote,
for Trump,
one for Harris. And I was like, y'all put that bullshit on the air. 6 dudes on the basketball court.
Misinformation.
And didn't open with a question first, are you registered?
Ooh.
Are you American? The assumptions. Don Lemon is doing the same thing. I love that brother. He's doing the same thing.
I saw that video.
Get the mic out of brother's face that you ain't really talk to. Let's be serious about here. And actually, when he pushed back on one of the brothers and said Trump didn't give you a check, the brother said F Trump immediately. So this is not real political data. You're absolutely right. The world keeps telling us how conservative black men are becoming with no data to support it. 2018 is the election you're talking about when they said black men didn't support Stacey Abrams. What we saw was 12% of black men voted against Stacey Abrams, but right beneath Georgia is Florida. And Andrew Gillum was on the ballot, and 13% of black women voted against Andrew Gillum.
No, 18%.
18%. Well, I mean, 13%, or we should say that were registered Democrats. So what they didn't say was that black women turn their back on black men. What is it that...
And in that Gillum election, it's because a lot of them were voting for the opportunity scholarships because they care about the education of their kids.
Absolutely. So what we don't know is, here's what we don't know is, when you invest wholly in black people, black men and black women, what does it look like? Because we've not seen a program where black people, black media, get what we deserve. When we see oversized money going to Iowa and not Mississippi, we get BS programs that are funded last minute. So all our people see us trusted messengers as transactional as the party, and that is problematic for the programs we're trying to run and how brothers turn out, and that's the real conversation.
Kwame, question for Mondale.
The work you're doing in North Carolina, how important is it going to be for North Carolina? That's my home state. I went to University of North Carolina.
Yeah.
How important is it going to be to turn? I know, it's all love. But how important is it going to be to turn out our state and flip it? Because, we lost to Donald Trump by less than 75,000 votes in the last election.
Yeah.
Talk to me about the work you're specifically doing in North Carolina to flip that state and bring it home for us.
Yeah, so North Carolina, where I'm mayor, is one of the states I do work in. We do work in 17 states. What's unique about North Carolina is the lack of investment in real Eastern North Carolina.
Yep.
And what I mean by that is we always stop short and call Raleigh and Durham
And
Eastern North
Charlotte, my
Carolina.
hometown.
Well, Charlotte is Western, right?
Yeah.
But they don't talk about the black counties where more than 52% of the population.
Jacksonville,
well,
Maysville.
Halifax County, Bertie, all these are black majority counties that never see programs fully funded. And as long as we leave the counties where majority of the slave plantations were underfunded, we're going to continue to lose elections that we don't have to lose.
Okay.
Now, of course, there are more black people in Charlotte. Of course, there's more black people in Raleigh. But when you oversaturate those mailboxes, those people's doors with letters, you can't get but so many of them are going to turn out. When you keep leaving the farmlands unfertile, you're going to keep getting bad crop, i.e. Republicans winning in states that they shouldn't.
And Mark Robinson. We got to watch out for that.
Well, here's the deal. But here's the deal. One of the reasons why Biden-Harris won Georgia in 2020 is also because you had Warnock and Ossoff on the ballot. They were driving. They were going to those other places. I know for a fact 'cause I did it for Warnock. I was going to those various states, going there. And so that's also the difference. You have to send folks there, communicate with them, have those rallies there. And so whether it was Jonesboro, Statesboro, things along those lines, that's what we all saw. Real quick before Keynote goes, you got 20 seconds.
Yo, I just want to tell people that stop talking about black men if you don't have intimate relationships with them. If your close proximity to black men is something you saw on TV, you don't know enough to speak on us.
Appreciate it.
Like
let's go live to the United Center. Ken Chenault speaking.
Stay clean, brother. Stay clean.
Ken Chenault.
My fellow Americans, for 17 years, I ran American Express, one of the greatest companies in this country. America has thousands of great companies, more than any other nation in the world. And that's not by accident. The United States is the best place in the world to do business because of the values on which our country was built. Democracy, the rule of law, free and fair elections, the peaceful transfer of power. As a business leader, I have seen firsthand why democracy is so important. Democracy provides the foundation upon which American business and our economy depend. Character and values matter. In business, nothing is more important than trust. In America, we have to trust our president will protect democracy. We have to be certain they'll follow the law and serve the nation, not themselves. Business requires stability and certainty that our democracy will endure. Our economy and democracy are tightly linked. Both only grow stronger when Americans, despite our differences, are willing to work together. At this moment, when our politics pits one group against another, that's what's remarkable about Kamala Harris. She is for all Americans. She understands it's possible, in fact necessary, for a president to be both pro-business and pro-worker. Kamala Harris understands that government must work in partnership with the business community. She knows that a market-based economy needs a strong and effective government. Kamala Harris understands that we need to help entrepreneurs turn good ideas into thriving companies, that we can create good-paying jobs by helping manufacturers expand. Kamala Harris believes in growing the economic pie for the benefit of current and future generations. Unlike her opponent, she knows the way not to build an advanced economy is a broad tariff that would only raise prices, hurt consumers and businesses, and cost jobs. She knows the way not to do it is to give people like me a tax cut when that money should be invested to grow the middle class. If you want to lead, you have to be willing to serve. Kamala Harris's vision for the economy serves us all. She has demonstrated throughout her career that she wants to serve all people and wants all Americans to have the opportunity to work to achieve their own share of the American dream. Our economy goes up and down, but the reason America is the strongest nation in the world is because of her commitment to something bigger than ourselves, our commitment to each other, to democracy. That's what this election is about. It's more than a choice between two parties or sets of policies. It's a choice about who we're going to be as a country. In his words and actions, Kamala Harris's opponent has shown us that he does not believe in our democratic values, and he will seek only to serve himself and his desire for vindication and vengeance. Kamala Harris will face the facts. She will navigate this country, the greatest country in the world, through the inevitable challenges, while also leading with the hope and values that America was founded on. Kamala Harris understands that the role of a leader is to instill hope, to repudiate the merchants of fear, and focus on ensuring that the best days are ahead of us. She believes in America, its principles, the hopes and dreams of our people, and the promise of our future. That is why I believe Kamala Harris should be the next president of the United States of America. God bless America.
Repeal Obamacare.
Donald Trump over the weekend again threatened to repeal Obamacare.
This would lead to Americans having their health insurance taken away.
There are about 19 million people with coverage through Medicaid expansion, another 16 million enrolled through the ACA's health insurance marketplaces, and we'd probably be talking about many millions of people becoming uninsured.
Biggest worries, losing the safety net of pre-existing conditions coverage. What happens if you lose this insurance?
Our son would die.
What makes you think this isn't just a hollow threat?
This is one of the few campaign promises that he actually tried very hard to keep. So we better believe him when he says he's coming after this.
Even if you have insurance from your employer, you will be affected because your premiums would be going up.
We're looking at a lot of people who could lose their health insurance.
Please welcome New Mexico Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham.
All right, folks, we are back right now. The governor of New Mexico is speaking. Joining us right now is the chairman of the Democratic National Committee. He ain't slept in about he ain't slept in 6 weeks.
Man, I aged like 5 years in the last 3 months. But
normally when somebody runs for president, they age and their hair change.
He was good on that.
Mine just ain't growing back.
Talk about, first of all, before the overall convention, that was smooth as hell, having the celebratory roll call and then going live to the rally in Milwaukee that's jam-packed. That was amazing.
Seamless.
In a battleground state. And that's what we're trying to do here. This, y'all, has been like the biggest, most successful family reunion that I've ever seen.
No doubt. The cookout's nice.
Yeah, the cookout is nice.
The cookout is nice.
I just ain't seen no smoke in the back.
The
cookout
is
nice.
I know. But, we got the potato salad with no raisins, right? A nice balance of egg and, everything else. And with some seasoning. A little bit of seasoning in there, right?
As long as Tim Walls ain't cooking.
No,
That's right.
He's a grill. He just can't season.
He can't do the tacos.
Listen, I am so overjoyed right now because the Democratic Party is a party of hope. Yeah. And we win elections, and Roland, you know this. We win elections when our campaigns are built on that hope and joy. And I have not seen a campaign like this in a long, long time. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz complement each other so well. You just watch them and their interaction, and it's natural. It's not forced at all. You see that they like each other. Like, Tim Walz looks at her and that is my boss, right?
I'm riding with
right?
her.
But it's the same way Joe Biden looked at Barack Obama.
That's right.
I want people to step back and think about Joe Biden and his place here.
Mm-hmm.
This is a man who was the able lieutenant for a black man as president of the United States for 8 years and never stabbed him in the back. Always had his back, right? And then when he got the opportunity to pick his running mate, who did he pick? A black woman, right? And then who did he pass the baton to, Roland? He could have said, let's do an open primary, let's do it. No, he said, I got an intelligent, able lieutenant right here, and I'm going to give her the baton.
Take us inside that, because I was doing a radio interview earlier, and I said, we cannot fully understand to be the most powerful person in the world, president of the United States, and you say, I'll speak on Monday, and then I'm going to go to California. I'm going to give you the runway. But also, that was one. But last night, crowd was chanting, thank you, Joe, thank you, Joe. And he could have been like anybody else, let me bask in the glory. Hey, I had to step out. But he says, and Kamala.
Yes.
I mean, that he did it several times.
Yes. It sort of reminds me, I'm a Laker fan. It sort of reminds
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, don't be sorry, brother.
Y'all ain't won nothing in a while.
Let's not talk about them Rockets, okay?
Come on now. Come on.
We beat y'all.
Come on.
Not in a long time. But anyway, let me get this issue. You remember Kareem got hurt?
Yep.
Magic's a rookie.
Yep.
Magic came in the game and became the Magic Johnson that we all love.
That's right.
Winning championships.
Right.
Joe Biden's Kareem. Magic Johnson is our MVP, Kamala Harris.
All right, come with it.
Because she has shown people, man, I have gone all over the country. I've gone over the world. I was over early in my chairmanship. I was over in London. Had a fundraiser with some donors there. And one of the donors said, let's talk about the elephant in the room, the vice president. And I sat there and I listened to him. I said, sir, let me tell you this. I said, you live overseas. The relationship that the United States now has with France, the reason why we rebuilt that relationship is because of our MVP, Kamala Harris.
Come on.
And so you talking about all these other vice presidents. Dick Cheney shot a man.
Yes, he did.
He shot a man. But what has Kamala Harris done? Broken those ties after ties after ties that have passed transformational things that have transformed our communities. She is our MVP, and Tim Walz is our coach, and this is a team of hope and joy, and all of us are the role players. Amen. And we got a role to play. They're going to play their role, but she has stepped up like I have never seen somebody in politics before. And Roland, I want your folks to think about this. Let's fast forward. Let's go in the fast forward machine. January 20th, 2025. A cold day in Washington, D.C., because we know it's always cold in D.C.
Always.
We are at the U.S. Capitol, on the steps of the Capitol, a building built by slaves. And on that stage is Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson.
That's right.
Yes.
A Delta.
That's right.
Holding in her hand the Frederick Douglass Bible.
Yes.
And Kamala Harris, a black woman, steps out on that stage.
AKA
HBCU grad, puts her hand on that Bible, lift it up and say, I swear to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States. Yes. Man, that is the future, but only if we do our part.
We show up.
That is the future, but we got to do our part.
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely. And one of the things that with this convention, and when I tell people earlier, the Mississippi delegation. They were doing the roll call. I tossed back, I say, when we in Chicago, 1968, what was happening then, and it shows you the impact of African Americans on this party and how black people have played a crucial role here. Folks, let's go back to the floor. They're playing this Kamala Harris video. I want to show it for you.
I remember when Kamala was first running for district attorney and people were like, oh, I don't know if she's tough enough. And I just had to laugh because I'm like, you don't know my sister.
Kamala had been a hard and tough prosecutor in Alameda County, prosecuting men who were pimping young girls and rapists.
Kamala wanted to make sure that murderers and child abusers face meaningful accountability and consequences for those actions.
One of the cases that she had early in her career was where a man had scalped his girlfriend. And she ended up getting a conviction, getting justice for that woman.
She came to San Francisco to protect victims, and she was elected to be district attorney of San Francisco. Kamala knew that we needed to be smart on crime, and if hell, no one else was going to do it, that she was going to do it.
If I'm going to keep my promise to you to keep you safe, I better talk with you about what I'm doing in terms of crime prevention. Investing in people coming out of prisons is the smart thing to do for law enforcement. Forget that it's just the right thing to do.
That was a young Kamala Harris. She's only gotten more fierce. I've never seen her back down from a fight, and when she fights, she wins.
When Kamala became Attorney General, she wanted to protect people, but also to fundamentally pursue justice.
Being smart on crime starts with being tough on violent crime.
From a statewide perspective, I think we were concerned about the rise of gang violence.
In San Joaquin County, we saw this tremendous change in our community, and it hit us like a wave. We saw an increase in human trafficking, narcotics, and guns.
Let it be clear to anyone who administers this state with violence, to those who prey on the weak and the vulnerable, justice will be swift and certain in the state of California.
She was always hunting the kingpins, but we didn't have partnerships with DOJ or FBI or DEA or any of those law enforcement agencies. Now, we all work collaboratively to help all the counties in California. Because of her, we destabilized organized crime, disrupt these flows of guns, human beings, and narcotics.
We are here this afternoon to announce the shutting down of one of the biggest and most organized threats to the safety of the Central Valley.
I really think of her as fearless, as a fighter.
Kamala just perseveres, and mommy would say it's too hard is never an excuse. Making excuses is a failure to not only take responsibility, but to take action. If you have the will, the desire, the passion, the commitment, there is no challenge that is insurmountable.
Please welcome the Democratic nominee for Senate in Maryland, Angela Alsobrooks.
Good evening, America, and hello, Maryland. People like me, thank you. People like me, stories like mine don't usually make it to the United States Senate, but they should. I'm the proud granddaughter of a housekeeper, Sarah Daisy, who raised her 3 children in a 1-bedroom apartment. It was her dream to work in government to help people. That meant taking a typing test. But she didn't know how to type, and she couldn't afford a typewriter. So she put a white piece of paper on the refrigerator and drew a keyboard on it And every night, she stood in front of that refrigerator and taught herself to type. She took the test, passed it, and got the job she dreamed of. I am her legacy. And tonight, I am a candidate for United States Senate from the great state of Maryland. I've always been inspired by women like my grandmother, women who imagine a better future and then have the grit to make it a reality. One of those women is a friend, a mentor, and a role model. That woman is Kamala Harris. Let me tell you about the Kamala I've known for 14 years. I first heard about her in 2009 when I was running for state's attorney in Prince George's County, Maryland. I read a story in Essence magazine about a district attorney in San Francisco using new ideas to keep her community safe. Few had a better record prosecuting violent crime. She put rapists, child molesters, and murderers behind bars. But what she knew was that violent crime accounts for about 30% of all crimes. For the 70% that are nonviolent, she created a first-of-its-kind program called Back on Track. After serving time and pleading guilty, these low-level offenders would get the job training, GED help, and apprenticeships they needed to find a job. The result? The recidivism rate plummeted. Now, after reading about this super bad district attorney, I talked nonstop about her on the campaign trail. 2 days after I won the election, my phone rings. It's Kamala Harris calling to congratulate me and ask how she could help. She helped me bring Back on Track to Maryland. And wouldn't you know it, crime went down and economic growth went up. Back on Track is now a national model. Now Donald Trump says if Kamala Harris is elected, tough guys will treat her like a play toy. Do you know who else thought that? The drug cartels she busted, the big oil companies she made pay for polluting, the big banks that she made pay $20 billion to homeowners they ripped off. Getting justice for others isn't a power trip for her. It's a sacred calling. And hear me, Kamala Harris knows how to keep criminals off the streets. And come November, with your help, she'll keep one out of the Oval Office. Ever since Donald Trump rode down that ridiculous escalator, we as a nation have felt trapped. Every national decision has been made in reaction to this one man and his extremist MAGA movement. We are still frozen by the fear that Donald Trump might once again come to power. And it's not just our politics that have been trapped, it's our imagination. And then Kamala came along. Kamala has reminded us that we don't need to fear anything. Not the future, and certainly not that man. This is our moment to leave Donald Trump where he belongs, in America's past. We stand with Kamala Harris because we as a country are not going back. For the ancestors who sat at lunch counters and made sure that we all had the right to vote. We are not going back. For the mamas and grandmamas who marched to make sure that women could control our own bodies. We are not going back. For the parents who work from can't see in the morning until can't see at night. Not so that they will have a better future, but so that their children will have a better life. We are not going back. When facing an obstacle, my father has often said to me, your faith is stronger than your fears. Tonight, our faith is stronger than our fears. Faith in the promise of America. Faith in the American idea, in the American values that we share. Faith that we, the people, can choose a new leader, a better future for the people. Faith that as dark as our days and challenges have sometimes felt, it's always darkest before the dawn. We know that we can endure for a night because joy cometh in the morning. Morning is coming. Morning is coming. And that joy will be led by Kamala Harris. Thank you so much.
Please welcome Mesa, Arizona Mayor John Giles.
Good evening. I have a confession to make. I'm a lifelong Republican. So,
folks, we are back. We have two more speakers before second gentleman Doug Emhoff steps up to the microphone, and then, of course, Michelle Obama, then former President Barack Obama as well. We just saw Angela also Brooks there, running for the United States Senate in Maryland, targeted as a crucial race. Democrats must maintain that seat. Yeah. They thought that was going to be a breeze after the primary. Then, of course, former Governor Larry Hogan jumped into the race. Hugely popular, two-term governor. And so Democrats are going to have to spend money in a place where they didn't think so. They have to defend far more seats than Republicans, and they have a very tough road to hold. They know they're going to lose the West Virginia seat, and so the problem is between Sherrod Brown in Ohio and then John Tester's race in Montana. If they lose one of those seats, they lose control. They lose control of the United States Senate.
That is a problem, but I am hopeful that having Vice President Harris at the top of the ticket is going to carry a lot of Democrats across the finish line, especially black women. Mm-hmm. I mean, I really, I was on that first call that started it all.
Y'all did it.
Right?
Y'all did it.
Yeah. And Senator also Brooks, I'm going to speak it into existence, my law school classmate, she was on the call, and there were a lot of other folks vying for elected positions. And the energy around not just VP Harris, but around electing black people and black women who are going to do the work for the people, that is what is going to get folks, young folks like the ones you're working with, to come out and vote because they're talking about the things that they care about.
Black women been trendsetters. Been trendsetters. Harriet Tubman.
Yes.
Sojourner Truth.
Fannie Lou.
Fannie Lou Hamer. The legacy goes on.
Yes.
Ida B. Wells.
Look, we have
been
thank
doing
y'all
for doing the work.
We've been doing this before the spotlight was on us.
And we want y'all to know we have your back.
And the manufactured rift between black men and black women.
I'm so glad you said
it's a myth.
It ain't true.
It's not true.
People bringing their petty business into grown folk business.
Yes,
you know what I'm saying?
absolutely.
Your little petty business.
And they're like,
what you got going on with your girlfriend?
Black men don't know how to deal with black women. Black men were raised by black women.
You right.
Aunties, cousins, sisters. So, and we love y'all.
But
We all need, we need each other.
We need each other.
Yeah.
Part of the issue here, DeMario, is that when you live in a social media world that greatly amplifies. Senator Edwards, how you doing? All good. Good seeing you. When you see how social media amplifies certain things and people somehow think that that is the thing when it's not.
No.
That's part of the problem.
Yeah. Absolutely. People are just living in, and we all want to be online and deal with the digital space. And my brother Kwame,
That's the
where he
Gen
at.
Z voter. You
It's
got
important,
to be there.
but in the real world, things are not as it seems online.
Not always.
And it's important that we make sure that that's clear. And this whole false narrative of this rift between black men and black women, or that black men are not doing what they need to do as voting. I mean, black women, we know, vote 95% for the Democrats. Black men vote 90%.
Yeah.
So, I mean, look, don't be talking to us. It's not going to be on us.
Still better than the national average for other demographics.
Now, listen, we all want to get out there and make sure we vote at the
But I
highest
do think-
possible.
But here is, I think, part of the problem. So we go back to the 2017 special election in Alabama. Doug Jones.
Senator.
When Doug Jones won, the stories were black women elected Doug Jones. And Doug Jones got 96% of the black female vote. But he got 92% of the black male vote. So part of the problem, and this is a problem, is when the story is told and the narrative, it acts as if black men weren't there.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly.
And so there has to be an acknowledgement and also listening and speaking to those issues.
Right.
And are there brothers who are sexist? Yes. Are there brothers misogynistic? Yes. Just like white men, Latino men as well.
We like have American men.
But I do believe what Democrats have to understand that you have to micro-target black people.
Yeah.
Meaning, it's no longer you can have one message.
Right.
You have to tailor a message to black women, black men, young black women,
Gen Z,
young black men,
millennials,
black entrepreneurs, as opposed to black folks who are working for others.
Yep.
And so that's been part of their problem, not actually tailoring that message, and that's been an issue.
But I think part of the reason that we closed the gap and why it was so important when black women led with the Win with Black Women call, immediately brothers stepped forward the next day to say we're going to do Win with Black Men.
Mayor, how you doing?
There we go.
How's it going, my brother? I see you barely got your voice. Deshaun, bring me my spray, please. I have an herbal spray. It's in my bag. You need that because I keep it with me at all times. But how you feeling? How things been going in your city?
I'm feeling pretty great.
All of y'all know this is Mayor of Chicago.
It's going on, Brandon Johnson, Mayor of Chicago. It's going great. We're making history again in Chicago. You know, this is the place, as you know, Roland, where Reverend Jesse Jackson said, you got to keep hope alive. And from keep hope alive to yes, we can, and to another Jackson axiom, when we fight, we win. And so the city of Chicago has been at the forefront of political history, from Fannie Lou Hamer being seated right here in Chicago, again, to Ida B. Wells, much like in the spirit in which you come out of, has elevated the consciousness of our creed of what it means to be a more perfect union. So it's great, safe, vibrant, and it's Chicago. It's the greatest place in the world.
You also, again, this is night 2. The Obamas are speaking. They're going to be coming up after Illinois Senator Tammy Duckworth. And he had significant energy last night, and it's just building towards Bill Clinton tomorrow, and then the VP on Thursday.
Look, you could not have laid out a more perfect script. You know, I have to give special thanks to President Joe Biden. He will go down as one of the most consequential presidents of all time. He really was at the forefront of protecting and saving this democracy. As you all know, we have an extreme Republican Party that has tried to roll back the hands of time, and they have not accepted the results of the Civil War. And they're painful to watch, Roland. I don't know what's more painful to watch, the Republican Party or breakdancing at the Summer Olympics.
Oh,
but
my
either
God.
way,
Oh, my God.
it's just
Ray guns.
But with that all being said, the Obamas, Clintons, and now you're literally seeing the torch being passed because you have a black woman as president, and then we're going to have a black Speaker of the House, and that history comes right out of the city of Chicago.
I know you got to get inside, so I'm going to do this here.
Keep doing it,
Hold on.
brother.
I'm going to go over here. I'm a geek. You need 3 shots of this before you go. Yeah, I'll be right back. Y'all talk.
Keep doing it. We just carry the show. Go ahead.
I'm so excited about what the mayor said. about history being made.
That's right.
And about President Biden passing the torch, because the best mark of a leader is a succession plan.
Yeah.
Right? Is not staying in a position.
That's right.
When you could facilitate the next chapter of leadership.
And that's the mark of not just a leader, of a statesman.
Yes.
That is
Yes.
John McCain level.
Absolutely.
That is George Washington level. That is statesman work.
But to me, it's the greatest because he passed it.
When you didn't have to.
But he didn't have to, but he passed
No,
it
yeah,
to a black woman.
That's right.
Who else would
Think
believe?
about his two bookends.
Can you
His
believe
bookends,
that?
Barack Obama, and then
a
the other
powerful
bookend,
white man
Vice
decided
President Harris.
voluntarily. Now I know people pushed him, but he didn't have to do it.
He didn't.
And he decided, and he did it so cool.
Yeah.
He said, "Hey, I'm out this deal," and then 20 minutes later,
Yeah.
but I'm with her.
Yeah.
Shut down everybody else.
Because he probably heard about the Win with Black Woman call coming. they were going to be on him.
No, but here's what people didn't realize that was going on. First of all, black people saw how they were trying to skip over.
Oh, they were doing that.
Absolutely.
They were doing that.
So you had
Backroom
black
maneuvers.
networks that were activated. You had Leah Daughtry, head of the Rules Committee. You had, for instance, remember Senator Joe Manchin said he was going to run. They said, "I'm sorry,
You're not
can't
even a
run 'cause you're not a
Democrat."
Democrat."
Oh, yeah.
And they said, if you want to run, you're going to have to come back to be a Democrat.
Yeah.
They had a problem with that, and so it didn't happen.
Yeah.
But also, they saw how all of these people, these podcasters and Axelrod and all these other people, they kept talking about we need a candidate, fresh, young, vibrant, and it kept skipping over her. That triggered every black person who says, we know what it feels like to be skipped over.
Oh, that was the bat signal. That was the bat signal.
That's right.
Look up. That was the bat signal.
It was like the brother throwing up his head in
I began to
Alabama.
challenge folks every time they would post them like, okay, who are you talking about?
Yep.
Who's the candidate? Who's the candidate?
Yep.
And so we were driving that in the media. And so what happened is on that Sunday when he made his decision, a lot of people don't know. They talked about the phone calls that she and her team were making over 10 hours. But Biden was making calls. So one of the reasons why it was the avalanche, it was her calls and his calls.
Coming from both sides.
Most folks haven't talked about the calls that he made.
And that's true.
That's a great point.
And
That's true
why-
allyship.
That is allyship.
That's truly checking and using your privilege.
That's why every potential candidate had endorsed her by the next day.
Fall in line.
And by Monday afternoon,
It was over.
even Nancy Pelosi, who won an open convention, had to endorse
It was over.
by the next day.
They had to
And
get right.
It was Barack Obama who was on the outside looking in by waiting more than a week to endorse because he endorsed an open convention. But let me also give credit, which also why Bill Clinton is speaking tomorrow night. The Clintons, one of the first of all, Vice President Kamala Harris called Bill Clinton first.
I did not know that.
After President Biden, then after she called Bill Clinton, she called Secretary Clinton. They immediately endorsed her.
Yes.
No delay.
No delay. So do understand why Obama's speaking tonight.
Okay.
And not tomorrow.
Okay.
And do understand why Bill Clinton is speaking tomorrow.
Okay.
And not tonight.
Okay. You're giving us the inside.
I'm just saying.
But I want to underscore the point of when we talk to our white allies and
Yep.
the work that we do, our social justice work,
Yep.
we're telling them, be a true ally,
Yep.
be a true partner,
Yep.
use your privilege.
Yep.
This
And
is
we
what-
and
this
we
is the-
we use that as an
This is
example
the greatest example of it.
at
We're
the
gonna-
highest
At
level.
the highest level.
Let's do this right here. We're going to the United Center, folks. Right now, second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, the husband of Vice President Kamala Harris, is taking the stage.
Awesome.
Thank you, Cole. I guess he didn't want me to give this speech. He just. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hello. Thank you. Hello to my big, beautiful, blended family up there. I love you so much. Aren't you proud of Cole? Wow. And a special shout out to my mother. I see you. My mother is the only person in the whole world who thinks Kamala is the lucky one for marrying me. And to Kamala, who, well, we just saw where she is. She's out on the trail listening to and talking with voters. Honey, I can't wait for you to come back to Chicago because we're having a great time here. I love you so much. I'm so proud of how you're stepping up for all of us. But that's who she is. Wherever she's needed, however she's needed, Kamala rises to the occasion. And she did it for me and our family. And now that the country needs her, she's showing you what we already know. She's ready to lead. She brings both joy and toughness to this task, and she will be a great president we will all be proud of. Now, I'm the son of two Brooklynites, Mike and Barb. They've been together almost 70 years. My dad worked in the shoe business in Manhattan, and he moved our family out to New Jersey. Where's New Jersey? I see you out there. When I was a little kid. And in a lot of ways, I had a typical Jersey suburban childhood. I biked around the neighborhood. I took the bus to Hebrew school. And I rode to Little League practice in the way back of my coach's wood-paneled station wagon. And if we did well, we got to have a Slurpee after. In my neighborhood, everyone left their garage door open. Wherever you ended up at dinner time, that's the family that fed you. Everyone took care of everyone else. And the guys I grew up with are still my best friends. The group chat is active every day, and it's probably blowing up right now, guys. When my dad had to get a new job, we moved across the country to LA. Money was tight. Hey, California. Money was tight, so I worked at McDonald's in high school for some extra cash. Not only was I Employee of the Month, but I still have the framed picture, which you just saw, and there was a ring, golden arches and all. And then I waited tables, parked cars. I was working full-time so I could afford to go to college part-time. And thanks to partial scholarships, student loans, and a little help from my dad, I got myself through law school. And I got my first job as a lawyer, which is also where I met the guys in my fantasy football league. And a lot has changed in our lives since the early 90s, but my team name is still Nirvana. Yes, after the band. I worked hard, and I love being a lawyer. And by the way, I still get to be part of the profession by teaching students at Georgetown Law School. I got married, became a dad to Cole and Ella. Unfortunately, I went through a divorce, but eventually started worrying about how I would make it all work. And that's when something unexpected happened. In 2013, I walked into a contentious client meeting. We worked through the issue, and by the end of the meeting, the now happy client offered to set me up on a blind date, which is how I ended up with Kamala Harris's phone number. Now, for generations, people have debated when to call the person you're being set up with. And never in history has anyone suggested 8:30 a.m. And yet, that's when I dialed. I got Kamala's voicemail, and I just started rambling. Hey, it's Doug. I'm on my way to an early meeting. Again, it's Doug. I remember I was trying to grab the words out of the air and just put them back in my mouth. And for what seemed like far too many minutes, I hung up. By the way, Kamala saved that voicemail. And she makes me listen to it on every anniversary. But that message wasn't the only unusual thing about that day. Now, Kamala, who normally would have been working hard at her office, just happened to be waiting at her apartment for a contractor to do some work on her kitchen. I was eating at my desk, which was not a regular occurrence for a busy lawyer like me who appreciated a good business lunch. But that's when she called me back. And we talked for an hour, and we laughed. Well, you know that laugh. I love that laugh. And maybe that counted as our first date. Or maybe it was that Saturday night when I picked her up and told her, buckle up, I'm a really bad driver. Because you can't hide anything from Kamala Harris, so you might as well own it. And as I got to know her better and just fell in love fast, I learned what drives Kamala. And it's what you've seen over these past 4 years, and especially these past 4 weeks. She finds joy in pursuing justice. She stands up to bullies just like my parents taught me to. And she likes to see people do well, but hates when they're treated unfairly. She believes this work requires a basic curiosity in just how people are doing. Her empathy is her strength. Over the past decade, Kamala has connected me more deeply to my faith, even though it's not the same as hers. She comes to synagogue with me for high holiday services, and I go to church with her for Easter. I get to enjoy her mom's chili relleno recipe every Christmas, and she makes a mean brisket for Passover. It brings me right back to my grandmother's apartment in Brooklyn, you know, the one with the plastic-covered couches. But Kamala has fought against anti-Semitism and all forms of hate her whole career. She's the one who encouraged me as second gentleman to take up that fight, which is so personal to me. And those of you who belong to blended families know that they can be a little complicated. But as soon as our kids started calling her Mamala, I knew we'd be okay. Ella calls us a three-headed parenting machine. Kamala and Kirsten, thank you both. Thank you both for always putting your family and the kids first. Now, Cole and Ella's friends knew that when they'd come over for Sunday dinner with Mamala, it was going to be real talk. In between taking cooking instructions, they'd have to answer questions about what problem they wanted to solve in the world. They learned that you've always got to be prepared because Kamala is going to prosecute the case. And in the same breath that Cole and Greenlee told us that they were engaged, they asked Kamala to officiate their wedding. And in the same way that she always steps up when it matters, Kamala put so much time into those remarks, and she bound them in a book that matched her dark red dress, and then turned that into a gift for the happy couple. A few days ago, during this incredible time we're going through, there was a brief window when Kamala was back at home. And I saw her sitting on her favorite chair, and in the middle of a wild month, I just hoped that she was having a quiet moment to herself. But then I realized she was on the phone. And of course, my mind went to all the potential crises that the vice president could be dealing with. Was it domestic? Was it foreign? Was it campaign? I could see she was focused, and all I knew was that it must be something important. And it turns out it was. Ella had called her. That's Kamala. That's Kamala. Those kids are her priorities, and that scene was a perfect map of her heart. She's always been there for our children, and I know she'll always be there for yours too. Kamala is a joyful warrior. It's doing for her country what she has always done for the people that she loves. Her passion will benefit all of us when she's our president. And here's the thing about joyful warriors. They're still warriors. And Kamala is as tough as it comes. Just ask the criminals, the global gangsters, and the witnesses before the Senate Judiciary Committee. She never runs from a fight. And she knows the best way to deal with a coward is to take him head on. Because we all know cowards are weak, and Kamala Harris can smell weakness. She doesn't tolerate any BS. You've all seen that look, and you know that look I'm talking about. That look is not just a meme. It reflects her true belief in honest and direct leadership. And it's also why she will not be distracted by nonsense. Kamala knows that in order to win, we cannot lose focus. America, in this election, you have to decide who to trust with your family's future. I trusted Kamala with our family's future. It was the best decision I ever made. This Thursday will be our 10th wedding anniversary, which I know it means I'm about to hear that embarrassing voicemail again. However, that's not all I'll be hearing. That same night, I'll be hearing my wife, Kamala Harris, accept your nomination for President of the United States. And with your help, she will lead with joy and toughness, with that laugh and that look, with compassion and conviction. She'll lead from the belief that wherever we come from, whatever we look like, we're strongest when we fight for what we believe in, not just against what we fear. Kamala Harris was exactly the right person for me at an important moment in my life. And at this moment in our nation's history, she is exactly the right president. Thank you so much.
Please welcome former First Lady Michelle Obama.
something wonderfully magical is in the air, isn't it? Yeah. You know, we're feeling it here in this arena, but it's spreading all across this country we love. A familiar feeling that's been buried too deep for far too long. You know what I'm talking about. It's the contagious power of hope. The anticipation, the energy, the exhilaration of once again being on the cusp of a brighter day. The chance to vanquish the demons of fear, division, and hate that have consumed us and continue pursuing the unfinished promise of this great nation, the dream that our parents and grandparents fought and died and sacrificed for. America, hope is making a comeback. But to be honest, I am realizing that until recently, I have mourned the dimming of that hope. And maybe you've experienced the same feelings. Is that deep pit in my stomach, a palpable sense of dread about the future. And for me, that mourning has also been mixed with my own personal grief. The last time I was here in my hometown was to memorialize my mother, the woman who showed me the meaning of hard work and humility and decency, the woman who set my moral compass high and showed me the power of my own voice. Folks, I still feel her loss so profoundly. I wasn't even sure if I'd be steady enough to stand before you tonight, but my heart compelled me to be here because of the sense of duty that I feel to honor her memory and to remind us all not to squander the sacrifices our elders made to give us a better future. You see, my mom, in her steady, quiet way, lived out that striving sense of hope every single day of her life. She believed that all children, all people have value, that anyone can succeed if given the opportunity. She and my father didn't aspire to be wealthy. In fact, they were suspicious of folks who took more than they needed. They understood that it wasn't enough for their kids to thrive if everyone else around us was drowning. So my mother volunteered at the local school. She always looked out for the other kids on the block. She was glad to do the thankless, unglamorous work that for generations has strengthened the fabric of this nation. The belief that if you do unto others, if you love thy neighbor, if you work and scrape and sacrifice, it will pay off. If not for you, then maybe for your children or your grandchildren. You see, those values have been passed on through family farms and factory towns, through tree-lined streets and crowded tenements, through prayer groups and National Guard units and social studies classrooms. Those were the values my mother poured into me until her very last breath. Kamala Harris and I built our lives on those same foundational values. Even though our mothers grew up an ocean apart, they shared the same belief in the promise of this country. That's why her mother moved here from India at 19. It's why she taught Kamala about justice, about the obligation to lift others up, about our responsibility to give more than we take. She'd often tell her daughter, don't sit around and complain about things, do something. So, with that voice in her head, Kamala went out and she worked hard in school, graduating from an HBCU, earning her law degree at a state school. And then she went on to work for the people, fighting to hold lawbreakers accountable, strengthening the rule of law, fighting to get folks better wages, cheaper prescription drugs, a good education, decent health care, child care, elder care. From a middle-class household, Kamala worked her way up to become Vice President of the United States of America. My girl, Kamala Harris, is more than ready for this moment. She is one of the most qualified people ever to seek the office of the presidency. And she is one of the most dignified. A tribute to her mother, to my mother, and to your mother too. The embodiment of the stories we tell ourselves about this country. Her story is your story. It's my story. It's the story of the vast majority of Americans trying to build a better life. Look, Kamala knows, like we do, that regardless of where you come from, what you look like, who you love, how you worship, or what's in your bank account, we all deserve the opportunity to build a decent life. All of our contributions deserve to be accepted and valued. Because no one has a monopoly on what it means to be an American. No one. Kamala has shown her allegiance to this nation, not by spewing anger and bitterness, but by living a life of service and always pushing the doors of opportunity open to others. She understands that most of us will never be afforded the grace of failing forward. We will never benefit from the affirmative action of generational wealth. If we bankrupt a business or choke in a crisis, we don't get a second, third, or fourth chance. If things don't go our way, we don't have the luxury of whining or cheating others to get further ahead. No. We don't get to change the rules so we always win. If we see a mountain in front of us, we don't expect there to be an escalator waiting to take us to the top. No. We put our heads down. We get to work. In America, we do something. And throughout her entire life, that's what we've seen from Kamala Harris. The steel of her spine, the steadiness of her upbringing, the honesty of her example, and yes, the joy of her laughter and her light. It couldn't be more obvious. Of the two major candidates in this race, only Kamala Harris truly understands the unseen labor and unwavering commitment that has always made America great. Now, unfortunately, we know what comes next. We know folks are going to do everything they can to distort her truth. My husband and I sadly know a little something about this. For years, Donald Trump did everything in his power to try to make people fear us. See, his limited, narrow view of the world made him feel threatened by the existence of two hard-working, highly educated, successful people who happen to be black. Who's going to tell him that the job he's currently seeking might just be one of those black jobs? Look, it's his same old con. His same old con. Doubling down on ugly, misogynistic, racist lies as a substitute for real ideas and solutions that will actually make people's lives better. Look, because cutting our health care, taking away our freedom to control our bodies, the freedom to become a mother through IVF like I did, those things are not going to improve the health outcomes of our wives, mothers, and daughters. Shutting down the Department of Education, banning our books, none of that will prepare our kids for the future. Demonizing our children for being who they are and loving who they love, look, that doesn't make anybody's life better. Instead, it only makes us small. And let me tell you this, going small is never the answer. Going small is the opposite of what we teach our kids. Going small is petty, it's unhealthy, and quite frankly, it's unpresidential. So, why would any of us accept this from anyone seeking our highest office? Why would we normalize that type of backward leadership? Doing so only demeans and cheapens our politics. It only serves to further discourage good, big-hearted people from wanting to get involved at all. America, our parents taught us better than that, and we deserve so much better than that. That's why we must do everything in our power to elect two of those good, big-hearted people. There is no other choice than Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. No other choice. But as we embrace this renewed sense of hope, let us not forget the despair we have felt. Let us not forget what we are up against. Yes, Kamala and Tim are doing great now. We're loving it. They're packing arenas across the country. Folks are energized. We are feeling good. But remember, there are still so many people who are desperate for a different outcome, who are ready to question and criticize every move Kamala makes, who are eager to spread those lies, who don't want to vote for a woman, who will continue to prioritize building their wealth over ensuring that everyone has enough. So no matter how good we feel tonight or tomorrow or the next day, this is going to be an uphill battle. So folks, we cannot be our own worst enemies. No. See, because the minute something goes wrong, the minute a lie takes hold, folks, we cannot start wringing our hands. We cannot get a Goldilocks complex about whether everything is just right. And we cannot indulge our anxieties about whether this country will elect someone like Kamala instead of doing everything we can to get someone like Kamala elected. Kamala and Tim, they have lived amazing lives. And I am confident that they will lead with compassion, inclusion, and grace. But they are still only human. They are not perfect. And like all of us, they will make mistakes. But luckily, y'all, this is not just on them. No, this is up to us, all of us, to be the solution that we seek. It's up to all of us to be the antidote to the darkness and division. Look, I don't care how you identify politically, whether you're Democrat, Republican, Independent, or none of the above. This is our time to stand up for what we know in our hearts is right. To stand up, not just for our basic freedoms, but for decency and humanity, for basic respect, dignity, and empathy, for the values at the very foundation of this democracy. It's up to us to remember what Kamala's mother told her. Don't just sit around and complain. Do something. So, if they lie about her, and they will, we've got to do something. If we see a bad poll, and we will, we got to put down that phone and do something. If we start feeling tired, if we start feeling that dread creeping back in, we got to pick ourselves up, throw water on our face, and what? We only have 2.5 months, y'all, to get this done. Only 11 weeks to make sure every single person we know is registered and has a voting plan. So, we cannot afford for anyone America to sit on their hands and wait to be called. Don't complain if no one from the campaign has specifically reached out to you to ask you for your support. There is simply no time for that kind of foolishness. You know what you need to do. So, consider this to be your official ask. Michelle Obama is asking you, no, I'm telling y'all to do something. Because you all, this election is going to be close. In some states, just a handful, listen to me, a handful of votes in every precinct could decide the winner. So we need to vote in numbers that erase any doubt. We need to overwhelm any effort to suppress us. Our fate is in our hands. In 77 days, we have the power to turn our country away from the fear, division, and smallness of the past. We have the power to marry our hope with our action. We have the power to pay forward the love, sweat, and sacrifice of our mothers and fathers and all those who came before us. We did it before, y'all, and we sure can do it again. Let us work like our lives depend on it. And let us keep moving our country forward and go higher, yes, always higher than we've ever gone before as we elect the next president and vice president of the United States, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Thank you all. God bless. before I go, I have one more job tonight. Yeah, one more job. You all, thank you for all the love, but it is now my honor to introduce somebody who knows a whole lot about hope. Someone who has spent his life strengthening our democracy, and let me tell you, as someone who lives with him, he wakes up every day, and thinks about what's best for this country. Please welcome America's 44th president and the love of my life, Barack Obama.
Hello, Chicago! Oh. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. That's enough. Thank you. Chicago! It's good to be home. It is good to be home, and I don't know about you, but I'm feeling fired up. I am feeling ready to go. Even if I am the only person stupid enough to speak after Michelle Obama. I am feeling hopeful because this convention has always been pretty good to kids with funny names who believe in a country where anything is possible. Because we have a chance to elect someone who has spent her entire life trying to give people the same chances America gave her. Someone who sees you and hears you and will get up every single day and fight for you. The next president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris. It's been 16 years since I had the honor of accepting this party's nomination for president. And I know that's hard to believe because I have not aged a bit. But it's true. And looking back, I can say without question that my first big decision as your nominee turned out to be one of my best. And that was asking Joe Biden to serve by my side as vice president. Other than some common Irish blood, Joe and I come from different backgrounds, but we became brothers. And as we worked together for 8, sometimes pretty tough years, What I came to admire most about Joe wasn't just his smarts, his experience. It was his empathy and his decency and his hard-earned resilience, his unshakable belief that everyone in this country deserves a fair shot. And over the last 4 years, those are the values America has needed most. At a time when millions of our fellow citizens were sick and dying, we needed a leader with the character to put politics aside and do what was right. At a time when our economy was reeling, we needed a leader with the determination to drive what would become the world's strongest recovery. 15 million jobs, higher wages, lower health care costs. At a time when the other party had turned into a cult of personality, we needed a leader who was steady and brought people together and was selfless enough to do the rarest thing there is in politics, putting his own ambition aside for the sake of the country. History will remember Joe Biden as an outstanding president who defended democracy at a moment of great danger. And I am proud to call him my president, but I am even prouder to call him my friend. Now, the torch has been passed. Now it is up to all of us to fight for the America we believe in. And make no mistake, it will be a fight. For all the incredible energy we've been able to generate over the last few weeks, for all the rallies and the memes, this will still be a tight race in a closely divided country. A country where too many Americans are still struggling. Where a lot of Americans don't believe government can help. And as we gather here tonight, the people who will decide this election are asking a very simple question. Who will fight for me? Who's thinking about my future, about my children's future, about our future together? One thing is for certain, Donald Trump is not losing sleep over that question. Here's a 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems since he rode down his golden escalator 9 years ago. It has been a constant stream of gripes and grievances that's actually been getting worse now that he's afraid of losing to Kamala. There's the childish nicknames, the crazy conspiracy theories, this weird obsession with crowd sizes. It just goes on and on and on. The other day I heard someone compare Trump to the neighbor who keeps running his leaf blower outside your window every minute of every day. Now, from a neighbor, that's exhausting. From a president, it's just dangerous. The truth is, Donald Trump sees power as nothing more than it means to his ends. He wants the middle class to pay the price for another huge tax cut that would mostly help him and his rich friends. He killed a bipartisan immigration deal written in part by one of the most conservative Republicans in Congress that would have helped secure our southern border, because he thought trying to actually solve the problem would hurt his campaign. He doesn't. Do not boo. Vote. He doesn't seem to care if more women lose their reproductive freedom, since it won't affect his life. And most of all, Donald Trump wants us to think that this country is hopelessly divided between us and them, between the real Americans, who of course support him, and the outsiders who don't. And he wants you to think that you'll be richer and safer if you will just give him the power to put those other people back in their place. It is one of the oldest tricks in politics, from a guy whose act has, let's face it, gotten pretty stale. We do not need 4 more years of bluster and bumbling and chaos. We have seen that movie before, and we all know that the sequel is usually worse. America's ready for a new chapter. America's ready for a better story. We are ready for a President Kamala Harris. And Kamala Harris is ready for the job. This is a person who has spent her life fighting on behalf of people who need a voice and a champion. As you heard from Michelle, Kamala was not born into privilege. She had to work for what she's got. And she actually cares about what other people are going through. She's not the neighbor running the leaf blower. She's the neighbor rushing over to help when you need a hand. As a prosecutor, Kamala stood up for children who had been victims of sexual abuse. As an attorney general of the most populous state in the country, she fought big banks and for-profit colleges, securing billions of dollars for the people they had scammed. After the home mortgage crisis, she pushed me and my administration hard to make sure homeowners got a fair settlement. Didn't matter that I was a Democrat. Didn't matter that she had knocked on doors for my campaign in Iowa. She was going to fight to get as much relief as possible for the families who deserved it. As vice president, she helped take on the drug companies to cap the cost of insulin, lower the cost of health care, give families with kids a tax cut. And she is running for president with real plans to lower costs even more and protect Medicare and Medicaid and sign a law to guarantee every woman's right to make her own health care decisions. In other words, Kamala Harris won't be focused on her problems. She'll be focused on yours. As president, she won't just cater to her own supporters and punish those who refuse to kiss the ring or bend the knee. She'll work on behalf of every American. That's who Kamala is. And in the White House, she will have an outstanding partner in Governor Tim Walz. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I love this guy. Tim is the kind of person who should be in politics. Born in a small town, served his country, taught kids, coached football, took care of his neighbors. He knows who he is, and he knows what's important. You can tell those flannel shirts he wears don't come from some political consultant. They come from his closet, and they have been through some stuff. They have been through some stuff. That's right. Together, Kamala and Tim have kept faith with America's central story. A story that says we are all created equal. All of us endowed with certain inalienable rights, that everyone deserves a chance, that even when we don't agree with each other, we can find a way to live with each other. That's Kamala's vision. That's Tim's vision. That's the Democratic Party's vision. And our job over the next 11 weeks is to convince as many people as possible to vote for that vision. Now, it won't be easy. The other side knows it's easier to play on people's fears and cynicism, always has been. They will tell you that government is inherently corrupt, that sacrifice and generosity are for suckers. And since the game is rigged, it's okay to take what you want and just look after your own. That's the easy path. We have a different task. Our job is to convince people that democracy can actually deliver. And in doing that, we can't just point to what we've already accomplished. We can't just rely on the ideas of the past. We need to chart a new way forward to meet the challenges of today. And Kamala understands this. She knows, for example, that if we want to make it easier for more young people to buy a home, we need to build more units and clear away some of the outdated laws and regulations that made it harder to build homes for working people in this country. That is a priority, and she's put out a bold new plan to do just that. On health care, we should all be proud of the enormous progress that we've made through the Affordable Care Act, providing millions of people access to affordable coverage, protecting millions more from unscrupulous insurance practices. I've noticed, by the way, that since it's become popular, they don't call it Obamacare no more. But Kamala knows we can't stop there, which is why she'll keep working to limit out-of-pocket costs. Kamala knows that if we want to help people get ahead, we need to put a college degree within reach of more Americans. But she also knows college shouldn't be the only ticket to the middle class. We need to follow the lead of governors like Tim Walz, who said, if you've got the skills and the drive, you shouldn't need a degree to work for state government. And in this new economy, we need a president who actually cares about the millions of people all across this country who wake up every single day to do the essential, often thankless work, to care for our sick, to clean our streets, to deliver our packages. We need a president who will stand up for their right to bargain for better wages and working conditions. And Kamala will be that president. Yes, she can. Yes, she can. A Harris-Walz administration can help us move past some of the tired old debates that keep stifling progress, because at their core, Kamala and Tim understand that when everybody gets a fair shot, we are all better off. They understand that when every child gets a good education, the whole economy gets stronger. When women are paid the same as men for doing the same job, all families benefit. They understand that we can secure our borders without tearing kids away from their parents. Just like we can keep our streets safe while also building trust between law enforcement and the communities they serve and eliminating bias, that will make it better for everybody. Donald Trump and his well-heeled donors, they don't see the world that way. For them, one group's gains is necessarily another group's loss. For them, freedom means that the powerful can do pretty much what they please, whether it's fire workers trying to organize a union, or put poison in our rivers, or avoid paying taxes like everybody else has to do. Well, we have a broader idea of freedom. We believe in the freedom to provide for your family if you're willing to work hard. The freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water and send your kids to school without worrying if they'll come home. We believe that true freedom gives each of us the right to make decisions about our own life, how we worship, what our family looks like, how many kids we have, who we marry. And we believe that freedom requires us to recognize that other people have the freedom to make choices that are different than ours. That's okay. That's the America Kamala Harris and Tim Walz believe in. An America where we, the people, includes everyone. Because that's the only way this American experiment works. And despite what our politics might suggest, I think most Americans understand that. Democracy isn't just a bunch of abstract principles and dusty laws in some book somewhere. It's the values we live by. It's the way we treat each other, including those who don't look like us, or pray like us, or see the world exactly like we do. That sense of mutual respect has to be part of our message. Our politics have become so polarized these days that all of us across the political spectrum seem so quick to assume the worst in others, unless they agree with us on every single issue. We start thinking that the only way to win is to scold and shame and out-yell the other side. And after a while, regular folks just tune out, or they don't bother to vote. Now, that approach may work for the politicians who just want attention and thrive on division, but it won't work for us. To make progress on the things we care about, the things that really affect people's lives, we need to remember that we've all got our blind spots and contradictions and prejudices, and that if we want to win over those who aren't yet ready to support our candidates, we need to listen to their concerns and maybe learn something in the process. After all, if a parent or grandparent occasionally says something that makes us cringe, we don't automatically assume they're bad people. We recognize that the world is moving fast, that they need time and maybe a little encouragement to catch up. Our fellow citizens deserve the same grace we hope they'll extend to us. That's how we can build a true democratic majority, one that can get things done. And by the way, that does not just matter to the people in this country. The rest of the world is watching to see if we can actually pull this off. No nation, no society has ever tried to build a democracy as big and as diverse as ours before. One that includes people that over decades have come from every corner of the globe. One where our allegiances and our community are defined not by race or blood, but by a common creed. And that's why when we uphold our values, the world's a little brighter. When we don't, the world's a little dimmer. And dictators and autocrats feel emboldened. And over time, we become less safe. We shouldn't be the world's policemen, and we can't eradicate every cruelty and injustice in the world. But America can be and must be a force for good. Discouraging conflict, fighting disease, promoting human rights, protecting the planet from climate change, defending freedom, brokering peace. That's what Kamala Harris believes, and so do most Americans. Now, I know these ideas can feel pretty naive right now. We live in a time of such confusion and rancor, with a culture that puts a premium on things that don't last. Money, fame, status, likes. We chase the approval of strangers on our phones. We build all manner of walls and fences around ourselves, and then we wonder why we feel so alone. We don't trust each other as much because we don't take the time to know each other. And in that space between us, politicians and algorithms teach us to caricature each other and troll each other and fear each other. But here's the good news, Chicago. All across America, in big cities and small towns, away from all the noise, the ties that bind us together are still there. We still coach Little League and look out for our elderly neighbors. We still feed the hungry in churches and mosques and synagogues and temples. We share the same pride when our Olympic athletes compete for the gold. Because the vast majority of us do not want to live in a country that's bitter and divided. We want something better. We want to be better. And the joy and the excitement that we're seeing around this campaign tells us we're not alone. You know, I've spent a lot of time thinking about these past few months because, as Michelle mentioned, this summer we lost her mom, Ms. Marion Robinson. And I don't know that anybody has ever loved their mother-in-law any more than I love mine. Mostly it's because she was funny and wise and the least pretentious person I knew. That, and she always defended me with Michelle when I messed up. I'd hide behind her. But I also think one of the reasons Mary and I became so close was she reminded me of my grandmother, the woman who helped raise me as a child. And on the surface, the two of them did not have a lot in common. One was a black woman from right here, south side of Chicago, right down the way. Went to Englewood High School. The other was a little old white lady born in a tiny town called Piru, Kansas. Now, I know there aren't that many people from Piru. And yet they shared a basic outlook on life. They were strong, smart, resourceful women, full of common sense, who, regardless of the barriers they encountered, and women growing up in the 40s and 50s and 60s, they encountered barriers. They still went about their business without fuss or complaint and provided an unshakable foundation of love for their children and their grandchildren. In that sense, they both represented an entire generation of working people who, through war and depression, discrimination and limited opportunity, helped build this country. A lot of them toiled every day at jobs that were often too small for them and didn't pay a lot. They willingly went without just to keep a roof over the family's heads, just to give their children something better. But they knew what was true. They knew what mattered. Things like honesty and integrity, kindness and hard work. They weren't impressed with braggarts or bullies. They didn't think putting other people down lifted you up or made you strong. They didn't spend a lot of time obsessing about what they didn't have. Instead, they appreciated what they did. They found pleasure in simple things. A card game with friends, a good meal, and laughter around the kitchen table. Helping others. And most of all, seeing their children do things and go places that they would have never imagined for themselves. Whether you are a Democrat or a Republican or somewhere in between, we have all had people like that in our lives. People like Kamala's parents, who crossed oceans because they believed in the promise of America. People like Tim's parents, who taught him about the importance of service. Good, hard-working people who weren't famous or powerful, but who managed in countless ways to leave this country just a little bit better than they found it. As much as any policy or program, I believe that's what we yearn for. A return to an America where we work together and look out for each other. A restoration of what Lincoln called, on the eve of Civil War, our bonds of affection. An America that taps what he called the better angels of our nature. That is what this election is about. And I believe that's why if we each do our part over the next 77 days, if we knock on doors, if we make phone calls, if we talk to our friends, if we listen to our neighbors, if we work like we've never worked before, if we hold firm to our convictions, we will elect Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States and Tim Walz as the next vice president of the United States. We will elect leaders up and down the ballot who will fight for the hopeful, forward-looking America we all believe in. And together, we too will build a country that is more secure and more just, more equal, and more free. So let's get to work. God bless you. And God bless the United States of America.
So that's former President Barack Obama speaking to the delegates here at the United Center in Chicago, his adopted hometown, of course, where so you see him there greeting Mignon Moore, right there, Mitch Landrieu, of course, former mayor of New Orleans, both he and Michelle Obama, as we like to say on Roland Martin Unfiltered, hashtag bring the funk. That actually happened. We're joining us right now, Chokwe Lumumba. He is the mayor of Jackson, Mississippi. Your thoughts on tonight?
Brother, the feeling is electric. It has a familiar feeling. I think that we're primed to take this, but it's a lot of work to be done, ahead. Yeah.
One of the things that Michelle Obama said, she which caused the room to erupt, that maybe the black job Donald Trump was talking about is the one, that White House job.
That was the one. Yeah, well, we're learning that these black jobs are more diverse than Donald Trump may think that they are.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Don, real quick. Excuse me. Speaker of the House of Virginia, Alpha Man.
That's all good. You got 2 cappers on you.
Alpha Man.
You got 2 cappers on you.
No.
Yeah, he needed backup.
No, first of all, first of all, I'm a Texas A&M Alpha, and so is he.
And I'm gonna take A&M.
Okay. We don't need backup.
Yeah, we don't need backup, bro.
All good.
He can handle all of y'all by himself.
Your thoughts on tonight's speeches?
It was fantastic. Obama closed it out. He brought us back to why we always believed him in the first place as a president. He knows how to articulate what America's true values are about. When he talked about it once again, calling us back to our better angels and bringing up those ties that bind us and saying that we don't want a country that's always divided and full of rancor. He brought all of that home. He did a fantastic job. We had some great speakers tonight. It's fantastic. And he also understood that he's not naive.
Yeah.
We know that people try to say he's naive, but he's not naive. He knows that it takes hard work. We got to go do the doors. We got to talk to our neighbors. We know this is a close election. She is the underdog. What black woman have we seen that's not the underdog? But we always have known how to perform and do a great job.
All right, Brad, I appreciate it, brother.
Appreciate you, bro. Thank you,
yes,
bro.
Sir.
See you.
I know you got it from here, bro.
Yeah, you got it.
Light work.
Bring home Virginia, brother. We need you. Bring home Virginia.
Both from Houston. So
That's it. Bring home Virginia. We need you.
First of all, one of the things that was awesome about this here, Vice President Harris sold out 2 arenas.
At
They
the
had
same damn
15,000 plus in Milwaukee, plus they had this arena here.
Well, we know.
All right, cool.
We know from experience that black women are used to making the best out of everything, out of their circumstance. And so while she is the underdog, we believe in her. We believe in what she's bringing. And supporting an administration like this means the world to a city like Jackson, Mississippi, which is often not at the table, and consequently, we're on the menu. And so having this level of support means the restoration of dignity for communities. It means that we can build dignity economies. And so I'm excited about Obama. Mm-hmm. He is the reason that I got into politics.
Okay.
Yeah, he is the reason.
He's pulling everybody into this.
Nikki Fried, the head of the Florida Democratic Party.
Oh,
Just share your thoughts tonight.
Oh, my God. Inspiring the entire night. Both the Obamas were so on point, inspiring, and exactly what the nation needed tonight.
And tell folks, y'all had some big wins tonight in Florida.
We certainly did. We had our primaries. We have our new U.S. Senate candidate, Debbie Brickasell Powell. So we're going to take on Rick Scott and make him a one-term U.S. senator. And we flipped school boards all over the state of Florida. Ron DeSantis had a horrific evening.
That's called music to my ears. Nikki, we appreciate it. Thanks.
Well, I appreciate having me on.
I appreciate it.
Great. Thank you.
Joe, your thoughts about tonight?
Fantastic. I mean, Doug Emmerhoff was great. You know, the sister that's running for Senate
Angela also Brooks
in Maryland was great, but Michelle Obama was it. She was it. She was the one. She was the MVP all day long, and she just reminds you of who she is. And even though she's always still the one that goes high, the way that she did it tonight, you know, she can be classy and still pop them. You know what I mean? And that's what she did.
That saying that, you know, when they go low, I'm going to go medium because God's still working on it. That's the real Michelle we saw
she was
tonight.
very matter of fact. She did her thing, and the energy was great.
We did not actually show, hold on a second, we did not show the speech of Anna Navarro, but one of the things she talked about, she said, basically, she challenged, how dare they call Vice President Kamala Harris a communist? She said, I grew up in a communist country. She said, I know what communism looks like. And she said, this ain't it. And this is a Republican who was on that stage talking.
Yep. Talk to me about the strategies to activate deep Southern black voters and make sure we bring home states like Georgia. Obviously, you have all that knowledge in Mississippi. How does it translate out to the broader South?
Well, I think that the real point is that, you know, while we hadn't been a part of the equation or the conversation for many years, we have to be able to point to administrations that really focus on us. When I look at Jackson, Mississippi, and I think about what, you know, Vice President Kamala Harris and President Biden have been able to achieve for a city like Jackson, in a state like Mississippi, which is often considered off of the grid, off of the board, the checkerboard, if you will, when it comes to national elections, they demonstrated their sincerity by giving, you know, historic funding to a city of Jackson, $800 million, in order to ensure that we have the sanctity of drinking water, that we have the resiliency in our water infrastructure. And so being able to point to those examples, that speaks to anyone, you know, whether you're Republican, whether you're, you know, Northern or Southern, knowing that you value my family are the type of discussions that we have to have. And we have to penetrate, right? We have to organize early and now understand that Mississippi is no longer off the board.
Seconds,
right? Tennessee is no longer off the board. We have to continue to push in that direction.
L. Joy Williams, of course, out of Brooklyn. Your thoughts about tonight?
Absolutely great. Did Michelle Obama not read the entire library?
She understood the
She was like,
assignment.
oh, y'all banning books? Okay, let me open the library for everybody so that everybody can get the message that we do not need to wait to do anything, that everybody needs to pull their own weight. And I just think everything was just hitting the messaging that we need right now, continuing the enthusiasm, right? Because that speculation of whether or not the enthusiasm was going to continue, even with the convention boost, this is much more than that. I think people are very hopeful and want to do something, and, you know, it's proof positive tonight.
All right. Appreciate it.
All right.
All right. Thanks a bunch. Absolutely. It is, first of all, it was fewer speakers tonight because they had the roll call, which really was called a celebratory roll call, because they'd already done the virtual roll call in order to meet the ballot deadlines that took place. Of course, like I say, this is over. So what you have here, of course, all the folks who are streaming out, as I said, where we're located, this is the VIP lot. So literally, they're all coming past us, heading back to their cars. And so y'all might have seen us last night, and this looks a little bit different in terms of how. So they really have pushed the security. What? She just started shaking her head.
I have never felt, watching Michelle Obama take every single critique that has ever been lodged against her, her blackness, her patriotism, and turn that into a call to action.
Flip it on its head.
Brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
Brilliant, flawless. And I am just, I got to find some words.
We appreciate you had those.
Yes.
All right. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Alexis McGill Johnson, Planned Parenthood. So as we said, folks, folks are streaming out of the United Center. And so we're going to just keep grabbing folks here. As I said, they had a celebratory roll call. Lil Jon went by a little bit earlier. Folks were excited, Joe.
Couldn't quite grab him.
For Lil Jon to come out, especially when they were going to Georgia.
Yeah, listen, they got a little something for everybody, man. Have Lil Jon. You know, you should have.
Mayor of Atlanta. Nuke.
Okay.
Nuke, come through.
Yeah, he came in earlier, so we've gotten him going and coming.
Yeah.
So, no, it was
Let
fantastic.
me go grab him. I'll go grab him.
It was fantastic. But what you should have done for me, Roland, is reminded me when he came by and so I could call him out. You know what I mean? You know, we could do that thing.
And we can gang up on him. We can gang up on him. We can gang up on him. Look, the nuke is deep now. What you gonna do? What you gonna do, Roland?
Do y'all know how many alphas are here? y'all do not want an alpha roll call.
What you gonna do, Roland?
Y'all don't want an alpha roll call.
What you gonna do, Roland?
Your thoughts on the night?
Talk to us about Atlanta.
Man, the night has been spectacular, but man, there's nobody greater than Michelle.
You right about that?
All day long. MVP.
She gave a sermon, a rally,
yes,
and a roadmap.
That's
all
right.
over the same time.
Oh, my bad.
That's
Michelle
right.
Obama
No, keep going.
gave a sermon, a rally,
and a roadmap. I like
she
that.
She said, do something.
That's right.
She said, you got to go out there, and you can't just be all, you know, what she was talking about, like, what's that example she gave where she was like, you can't be perfect, you know. Oh, man, she was on fire.
She brought the funk.
She was keeping receipts.
Yeah, she did. She had all the receipts.
Oh, that's, yeah. I need my security.
You do. Yeah, you get that security on it.
This is the most cameras you have
This all the folks he kept off the call.
Alpha, grace, and mercy.
All right, welcome to Noopchella. Welcome to Noopchella. Capicella.
It's all good. It's all good.
Listen, man, the men of Kappa Alpha Psi are grateful to
What's up, man?
that Roland Martin has allowed us to take over his show.
Share the mic. The Kappa Takeover on Roland Martin Live.
Right. Many of us, because we have an achievement problem, brother. We you know, that's right.
That's right.
We got elected by the voters, all these Kappa men, right?
That's it.
But look, Roland, this has been a phenomenal.
But everybody know who the mayor of Black America.
The mayor of Black America.
Roland Martin.
Talk to us, Mayor, though. Talk to us about Georgia in particular and flipping that state and bringing it home again and some of the strategies you're going to do to drive that through Atlanta. Talk to us.
Absolutely. Georgia was red for 2 decades.
Yep.
Right.
And then 2020 occurred, and we went blue for Joe Biden during the pandemic. And then we went in 2021 and got Ossoff and Warnock elected as our senators. And then 2022, we had to reelect Warnock because he was fulfilling the end of someone else's seat. And so what we got now is in 2024 an opportunity to do it all over again. We're fired up. With Kamala Harris, the energy is so high. The Divine Nine is out there. All the churches, the souls to the polls.
Okay.
And what we have to do is, you know, there's some guys on the margin, right? The couch was going to win this election. People were going to sit it out. The couch was going to win this election.
I like
Some
that.
people were going to sit it out. I don't think that's the case anymore.
Okay.
Folks are like, hey, I'm hearing a message from Kamala Harris. I understand how she's going to help my family, how she's going to look after my, you know, take care of my future. And the lies are being dispelled.
Right, yeah.
Those lies about locking up black men and all that stuff, that stuff is getting dispelled.
That's right.
It takes some time to dispel a lie. That lie got told, a little drop of lie. It's taken a year to overcome. But it's being overcome right now. And we're seeing that, you know, the hate that's coming out of the MAGA crowd, that's when you know it's getting real to them. Because, you know, when you read, you know, you've ever been in a political campaign and you got the poll, but then you got the crosstabs. When you get the crosstabs, that's when you start seeing men of this age with this income. This is what they're thinking. This is what they think are highs and this is what they think are lows. You start reading that and you start realizing that Kamala Harris, of course, has a black woman. Of course, she has all of the Democrats. But the folks that were independents or undecided, they are seeing a Donald Trump that is senile and crumbling. You see his tweets. You see how they're like, we can't trust him.
Right.
He's dangerous.
Right.
And she's amping up, getting stronger and stronger and coming out. And I think folks are going to show up in Georgia to make sure that Georgia stays blue.
Right.
I just ran into Josh Shapiro, and he and I hugged it out. We were so happy to see each other. And he was like, I got Pennsylvania, my team, and I, the whole Pennsylvania crew. We all going to Allegheny County, all those folks. I believe that Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and of course now with Minnesota on it, we got all that, and that's going to carry us over.
Georgia is a beacon for North Carolina. Georgia is a beacon for Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. So we appreciate your leadership.
Yeah, absolutely.
Eventually, Mississippi's going to take off.
Hey, man, we need to sit. We need to sit, man. Look, when y'all did y'all roll call, it looked like it was Wakanda. It was black. Mississippi was blacker than a mug. I was like, they go ahead on. I love Mississippi, man. The Delta. Yeah. I know what y'all the blackest state, but you're dealing with some challenges that, with your leadership, we're overcoming that. And I think that when Kamala Harris is our president, the Mississippi Delta, everybody's going to see what good leadership looks like, and we're going to continue to win some hearts over. All right, brothers, I'm about to get
back. Good. We appreciate
you. Getting way too comfortable.
Holding court. I was like,
too comfortable.
Rope him in. Let him back clean up.
Appreciate it, man.
Let him back clean up.
Appreciate it. Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens there, y'all. And so, like I say, folks, how's it going? Again, getting out of here. And they ain't going to sleep, y'all, because there are numerous parties and all kind of other stuff.
Right.
I went last night. I stopped. I didn't go to. I went by. I had to go say hi to Dougie Fresh, say hi to Lil Jon.
Right.
Just say hi. I wasn't trying to party. I did. Had chopped up with my man. Chopped up a little bit. Had chopped it up.
Right.
Folks were hitting me tonight. I'm like, no, I can't do nothing tonight. Right here. I got your former Virginia governor.
Come through.
How you doing?
How you doing? What a night, huh? Indeed. Spectacular.
Former head of the DNC, former governor of Virginia. Just share your thoughts about tonight.
What a convention we've had. I mean, 2 nights in a row, spectacular. This is who America is. I've run a couple of these. I'm telling you, I've never seen a party more happy, more unified, ready to go forward. It's exciting.
It also was pretty amazing to see 2 sold-out arenas 80 miles apart.
Can you believe it? And think about this. Trump's convention, did his vice president come and speak?
No.
Did the former President Bush come and speak?
Nope. Hell, his wife wasn't even there.
His wife.
She showed up. She did show up when the check cleared.
We got every former president coming doing this. And he cannot get anyone to come to his convention. It was a disgrace.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, we're rocking, guys. We're going to do this. Right. But it's going to be a close election.
Yep. Yeah, that's right.
I've been doing this 45 years. We can't take anything for granted. Nope. We won 2000. We didn't get the prize. We got more votes in 2016. Mm-hmm. We didn't get the prize. Right. We're getting the prize this time.
All right.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
Great to see you.
Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it.
Vote. Game on. Let's go.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate it. Thanks a lot. That was Terry McCullough, former chair of the Democratic National Committee and also former governor of Virginia. Again, we got folks coming through. We're going to grab a few more. This has been, Kwame, it's the thing that I keep saying. Again, I said it earlier, I'm sick and tired of watching David Axelrod on CNN talking about, the euphoria. It can wear off. No, you're supposed to ride that.
That's right.
Like
a wave.
When you're tired, when you don't feel like doing it, that's what actually causes you to get up and keep going.
Yep. This is the energy people need on the local level to go back and proselytize in their communities, right? To tell the story, to continue the narrative, and build that agenda to get us to the polls. Yep.
Yeah. So, I mean, you saw, of course, when Michelle Obama Joe made this comment about, that black job. Look, that Donald Trump made that comment that has resonated among a lot of folks.
Take what the guy says and run with it.
Yeah.
You know, the whole irony with this whole thing is he's never been a particularly focused candidate. He's never been a particularly good candidate. Yep. He's never been a particularly disciplined candidate. Yep. So put him up against a wall, and all of those things will amplify. And here's what you have. Now, you can't take anything for granted. You got to do your work, right? You know what I mean? You got to do it every day. Yeah. But there's all kinds of opportunity here, and that's always been the case.
Yeah, he's beating the machine.
Mayor LeVar Stoney, Richmond, Virginia. Just share your thoughts about tonight.
It's an amazing night. It shows that Democrats are ready to go. I've been saying this from day one, that Democrats have shown a business-like approach to this. They are very focused. I think the reason we're very focused is because the threat of Donald Trump hangs over us. And I love the fact that, you know what, when I look at this campaign, you have President Obama, President Clinton, Secretary Clinton, all showing up for the Democratic Convention. Michelle showing up for the Democratic Convention, and Mike Pence, who was the vice president for Donald Trump, didn't even show for the Republican Convention.
Not only show up, he made it clear he was not even endorsing.
Exactly right. And so you talk about unity. Unity can be found in the Democratic Party.
That's right.
All right then, Mayor, we appreciate it. Thanks a bunch.
Awesome. Thank you.
Mayor Lumumba, we were talking earlier, we were talking about in terms of how do you mobilize. And then we look at the South. Kwame was talking about North Carolina, was talking about Georgia as well. The reality is, and we were talking earlier with Mondale Robinson, that you see what has to be done, that you have to go into rural places in the South and talk to those black voters who oftentimes are ignored.
Yep. Absolutely. And when you look at a place like Mississippi, the opportunity is a lot closer than people, really give it credit for being. Right. You're talking about a state that's 40% black to begin with. When you look at the western portion, all of those counties are all majority black. And then when you look at college towns, there's opportunity there. So it requires our organizing. What we're finding out tonight is that rumors of our demise have been greatly exaggerated. And so we have to build on this moment. But once again, we don't want anyone walking away with the notion that this isn't going to be a close election.
We want another Southern leader to come on.
Oh, yeah, this is my guy. I'll step
aside. Look, we love you. We love you, brother. We're going to need you to preach. We're going to need you to preach right now.
What's up, Doc? Joining us.
We're going to need you on a sermon right now.
My first time meeting him. Right?
Oh, my first time meeting him, too. Look, we love you, brother. We love you.
Memphis got 60% black people, so we gave him some.
Good to see you, man.
Good to see you. Good to see you, too.
We were just talking about how you have to mobilize rural black folks in the South. And all too often, when Democrats, if they go to Georgia, they'll go to Atlanta. If they go to Tennessee, they'll go to Memphis. If they go to North Carolina, they go to Charlotte or Raleigh. But you can't ignore those folks in rural places that want to see and hear from you, but also have a different perspective than some other voters.
That's exactly right. If we shift about 3% of rural voters to either participating or shifting their political perspectives, we will actually change the demographics of our Senate for the next generation. The rural communities being ignored is not only wrong and challenging, but it is not going to help us to continue to have strong democratic politics.
Of course, Congresswoman.
It's a party. It's a party now.
Congresswoman, next U.S. Senator.
Yeah,
absolutely.
That's right.
Thoughts about tonight?
Oh, it just blew my mind. I mean, first of all, to be able to call the roll and be the first person to say Delaware unanimously gave our votes to Kamala Harris and Tim Walz was phenomenal. But also just to hear the difference between a party for the people and a party for just some, rich some. I am just elated. I'm proud. I'm ready to go to the Senate to be Kamala's partner so that we can get it done for the people. And so I'm on a high. I'm on a high roll. And this is a great night. And the whole week, it's only Tuesday. Mm-hmm. And look
where we are.
The beauty of our party, from young people to us more seasoned.
Yes.
I'm counting us. More seasoned. Yes. But it is just an honor and a privilege to represent Delaware in Congress. And now I'm ready for the Senate to help Kamala and Tim make this just really live up to the promises, of our ancestors. And I'm just so proud. Just so proud.
We appreciate it.
I got to go.
We appreciate it. Because you're high. You're on a high. Go ahead with finish your comment.
Yeah, no, we have to make sure that we're going into rural communities, knocking the doors there, meeting people, learning what the issues are, and being proximate to the problems. In Tennessee, we've lost 17 hospitals in our rural places, right? These are issues that are impacting black folk, for black farmers who haven't got the subsidies that they were due, right? The money that they were supposed to have, the economic opportunity that they've been denied. Like, these are issues that we have to make sure that we're talking about, and that sometimes we get too skewed into just urban and not realizing black folk everywhere. So we as a party need to be everywhere too. Hey, how you doing?
Look, keeps getting bigger.
We got Congressman Gregory Meeks, alpha man, because he had about 4 or 5 Kappas earlier, and they were feeling themselves.
We had to drop
but
on them.
I let them know they ain't gonna last long.
I know, but I know you can handle them all.
That's
to deal with you. You the man.
I tried to tell him.
Yeah.
You the man. You know how to deal with it. You know, you shut them down.
We always on message. We talked to you last night, but just your thoughts about what you heard tonight.
Man, let me just tell you, Michelle Obama.
That's it, bro.
Oh my God.
That's it.
I don't know what else. Drop the mic. That's all. I mean,
that's it.
The message that she delivered today, the manner that she delivered it. I don't care whether you come from East Coast, West Coast, whether you go north or south or middle of America. It resonates with everyone because what she talked about was what is the essence what this election is about and what makes a difference. You know, she broke it down to its common denominator so the most educated person could understand it and the person that may not have any education at all could understand what's at stake in this election.
You think there was some cussing going on in Mar-a-Lago?
Oh, man. I think it was cussing.
Just a little bit.
I think they were throwing bottles. They were breaking things. They were going crazy. They don't know what's going on. They're losing his mind. In fact, they're probably trying to call. They may have to call the police or somebody because he's having a mental breakdown right now.
I saw a video earlier where Hulk Hogan was talking about, y'all want me to body slam Kamala Harris. I think Trump got body slammed multiple times tonight.
Right. And continues. You know, number one, he don't know how to handle a black woman because that's he already got his butt kicked by my Attorney General, Letitia James, you know, and making him pay a whole lot of money for what he did in assaulting a woman. Right. But now he's going to deal with this one? Oh, man. I can't wait. You know, Muhammad used to say, since we can't get along, let's get it on. I can't wait till September 10th. If we can't get along, let's get it on. And I'm ready to get it on, baby.
Right. I appreciate it, brother. I appreciate it. Thanks, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Great seeing you, brother. Yep.
I do want to go back to Justin here. We were talking about the issues. We were talking about in terms of how you touch people. The shooting in Tennessee, and we talked about it before, how that woke up white women. The Dobbs decision woke up white women.
Yeah.
And this is where I think Republicans are making a mistake. I think you're going to see, and Grant, we got to see it happen, but I think you're going to see where white women are not going to be 53% of voting for Trump. They realize that's not going to fly.
Absolutely not. I mean, the energy of tonight is impeccable, and it has shown that a multiracial, intergenerational movement is growing. And I think for white women in our country, what they are realizing is that Trump's party doesn't care about women, which includes y'all. And so black folk, we got to do what we got to do, but white women are going to be the deciders, particularly in suburban parts of this country, about whether or not we continue to take away a woman's right to choose. We continue to have children go to schools worried about whether or not they're going to be killed because the NRA and all the lobbyists are buying off politicians. Right? White women's consciousness, I think, is growing because that Supreme Court, Trump ain't in office.
Right.
And y'all lost the constitutional right. With Trump not in office. Yeah. And now you got this Project 2025. You see all these plans where they're saying we're going to do everything that we possibly can. Exactly. We're going to do everything we possibly can to make it harder for you to be a mother, harder for you to take care of your children, harder for you to actually be able to create a sustainable life for yourselves. Yeah. And I believe they are waking up. And when it came to the shooting in Nashville, black people have been dealing with gun violence for a very long time in our community, in my district, 86, when I'm honored to serve. We experience gun violence almost every single day, but it sometimes has taken for people to feel the proximity of the pain, for them to get a recognition that there's time for something. This is time for them, something for them to do that they may not have otherwise done. This moment is showing up that they have to do something.
I want to ask the distinguished gentleman from Tennessee, about Gen Z voter activation, since you are Gen Z. And I also want to ask you about the talented bench that we now see within the Democratic Party that is leaning into the millennials and the Gen Z. So talk to me about the talent pipeline and talk to me about Gen Z voter activation.
Absolutely. You have to speak to the issues in order for people to show up. And you have to have people who are running for office who actually help to fire folks up, because they're not going to get there and just play around. They're not going to get there and just go along to get along. It's right. What young people that I'm experiencing and the young elected officials are doing is not a really new thing. These the type of black folk we looked up to. Ones who were like, I'm not scared of y'all. Right? There was a time where black folks would march saying, there's a new Negro in this country. Crispus Attucks, a black man, was the first person to die for America's freedom. We are reclaiming something that has been too often diluted because folks have gotten political power and they've gotten it under a white infrastructure. And so when they were in power, they imposed a white infrastructure and they didn't do anything to elevate the issues of black people. And I think right now is a reclamation of the roots of civil rights. It's a reclamation of people like Fannie Lou Hamer said, if I fall, I'm going to fall 5 feet 4 inches forward. Like, it's that spirit. It's my guy from Mississippi. Right? Like, it's that spirit that we have to reclaim in our politics. And what I believe is happening now, what I believe is happening with Vice President Harris, Tim Walz, is a new energy for young people to be like, oh, this is what government can do. This is what we can do when we have power. Tim Walz, kids eat free. Lunch in his
Minnesota
state. In Tennessee, I tried to bring up a bill. They said it was too expensive. You said, when Democrats
but gave a massive tax break to businesses.
A $2 billion tax break to businesses. We could have ended poverty in Tennessee. Could have housed everybody in Tennessee. Could have fed every child in Tennessee. Ended the fact that 1 out of 8 children go to bed hungry at night. We could have did that, but instead our values were aligned with billionaires. Our values are being aligned with white supremacists. Our values are being aligned with domestic terrorists, and we need a mass realignment. And this opportunity with Vice President Harris and Governor Walz is a part of that realignment. And so you're getting younger people who are like, wait, this is what politics can do?
Fired up and
I'm ready
to
to be a part of that, right? I'm not wanting to be a part of some old stale thing that is like, well, you try and compromise yourself into futility. That's not helpful. What we have to do is stand on our ground. Now, I'll find common ground with anybody, including the devil, if we got some, you know. I like heat. I don't know.
I say that I go with you anywhere, but I don't know about that.
But it's just like we can look for the ways that we find common ground, but we can't keep compromising ourselves into poverty. Can't keep compromising ourselves into inequality. Can't keep compromising ourselves into inequitable opportunities. And for young folks, we want to do something about the climate and the environment. We want to do something about gun violence. We want to be able to have families, but it's hard when you got $100,000 worth of debt. We want to be able to have houses, but it's hard when these international conglomerates are buying up all the properties in order that they can rent them out as Airbnbs or rent them out so that they can control our markets, right? It's hard to live in a society that seems to be designed against you. But what I think is happening is a redesign.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's what I think is happening. And so young people are really excited about it. And somebody's talking to our issues. Right? Y'all may not have grown up in school where you had to do active shooter drills or had your teacher say, hey, we got to close the blinds. The police are here. Right? Like that fear, that trauma is a part of our reality. And so having a vice president candidate, you know, Vice President Harris came to Tennessee the day after we were expelled to say, like, one, that was anti-democratic, but two, this reality of the gun violence epidemic is something we have to do. So they launched the first ever White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention. We need somebody that's proximate to us, that's talking to us, and that's saying, look, this is our country. This ain't just the older generation. This ain't just folks who already got kids. This is all of our country, including young people.
And it seems like we're facilitating an awakening, particularly in the South, right, where you got high black numbers. How do those that have become awakened or woke or however we want to describe it, how do they then pay it forward and get other people involved and say, hey, I just figured this out. Let's all do that together.
No, I got to go. I just want to say publicly, I'm incredibly proud of you, brother, right? You keep pushing. I want to also say that just yesterday I was considered the young, you know, the young brother. When you blink, it's gone, okay?
You wake up a baby boomer.
Well, first of all, all these dudes over here, so we about to bring a bad sister, Maxine Waters. We about to bring her in here. To shed the word. Appreciate it, Mayor Labumba. Thanks a bunch. So I know she got something to say. About tonight.
Auntie Maxine is always have something to say.
I know turned 30 years ago during her first term in Congress, 1992. Yeah, and she was a real one then, and she's a real one now. She was my state representative when I was 4. and I'm 52. Yeah. She's been doing it for
Congresswoman,
yeah.
we got all these dudes over here. I need a woman over here. We got all these dudes over here talking. We had six. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
We had 6 dudes earlier. So I'm like, let's mix this thing up. Again, I thought that when you look at overall tonight, the voices we heard. Second gentleman was great talking about
Yes, he was.
His wife Kamala Harris.
Personalizing it, making authentic
right.
and humanizing it.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And again, but also I thought it was awesome by them going to Milwaukee. And you were making a point about freedom, Kwame, and because they really lean into that, not solely about reproductive rights, but freedom in numerous ways.
And reclaiming freedom from the Republican Party. Reclaiming it as a plank and tying it all the way back to Harriet Tubman type freedom. And that's the way that we rebrand the party and get people to see it in a different lens. So that's brilliant on their part.
Congresswoman, I got all these dudes over here.
We have the distinguished.
Tonight was phenomenal. Not only did we hear from Barack Obama, Michelle killed it. Oh, you did too. You did too. You killed it. I just walked in when you were speaking. But it was absolutely extraordinarily inspiring evening. And I have such great hopes for our future. I think we have an opportunity to not only exercise influence, but to ensure that we start to get the kind of public policy to correct the problems and the inconsistencies in the systems that we've been forced to deal with for so long. And so I'm hopeful. I'm looking toward the future. I think Kamala and Waltz are going to be a good team. And I think that not only are they going to talk about and proceed to implement the kind of public policy that has been missing for far too long. Much of it Biden had started. I've got to give him credit for it. And they're going to carry on. When they talk about increasing teacher pay, it should have been done 50 years ago.
Right.
I mean, can you believe we're asking them to educate our children and we don't pay them a decent salary? When they talk about creating more affordable housing, when they talk about rent, you know, we talk about home ownership a lot, but not everybody wants to or can own, but they've got to rent. And everybody's been saying for years, the rent is too damn high. And so I think we're going to talk about what we can do and what can be done now to put a cap on rents so that people won't end up basically taking more than 30% of their income, the homeless on the street. Again, I believe that we're moving in the right direction, and I'm looking forward to it. All right, thank you.
I appreciate
Thank you
it.
so much.
We want to thank you for holding that torch.
Thank you.
I told y'all this is the blackest show this convention. I told y'all that.
We appreciate
it.
Holding the torch up.
We're gonna let the Congresswoman close us out on that one. And so let me thank Representative Pearson. I appreciate it, my brother. Thank you so very much.
Great to meet you, brother.
Kwame Jackson, I let a kappa hang.
You did.
I appreciate it.
You know, I'm gonna speak on that.
Joe Richardson out of LA. Joe, I appreciate it. Thanks a bunch. I want to thank everybody who actually participated tonight. I told y'all this is just day 2. So let me explain tomorrow. So I have to fly to Miami in 6 hours to do an event for General Motors. I'm flying back. And so Mark Thompson will begin our coverage tomorrow night. So as soon as I get in from the airport and go through security, I'll be here helming our coverage. And so big speaker tomorrow night is President Bill Clinton. Look forward to that. And so more surprises in store. And so I keep telling y'all, this is the blackest coverage out here. I guarantee y'all, you saw more black people interviewed today on Black Star Network than all other networks combined for the week. And so this is why we are here, to provide the black perspective, to be able to have these voices. And so I want y'all to also support us in what we do, because your resources have allowed us to be able to travel here and cover this with our team of people. And you can see our whole setup and all the gear and all this sort of good stuff. And so senior checking money order, P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C., 20037-0196. Cash App, $RM Unfiltered. PayPal, R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle, Roland at RolandSMartin.com. Roland at RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. Don't forget, download the Black Star Network app, Apple phone, Android phone, Apple TV, Android TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Xbox One, Samsung Smart TV. Folks, that is it. I will see y'all tomorrow right here from the United Center in Chicago. The 2024 Democratic National Convention, Day 3. Y'all be great. Y'all be well. I'll see you tomorrow. Holla!